Chapter 102. The white-haired old madman cried and made a fuss, running back and forth in the mountains. His clothes were shabby and looked very old, not like the clothes of this era at all. Not far away, Yi Fan's face was full of disbelief. Was he really a figure from 6,000 years ago? Wasn't this too shocking? Monstrous waves surged in his heart. Yi Fan had lived in the Spirit Ruins grotto for a period of time, so he had a certain understanding of the faction. The oldest highest elder was only a few hundred years old, and he could be regarded as the only remaining famous figure. If this old madman in front of him was a figure from 6,000 years ago, it would be too shocking. What was the concept of such a long time? Spanning the long years of history, passing through many bright and dark eras, it was completely a living history book. It was truly unimaginable. On the other side, the old woman was also shocking. Since she could recognize this old madman, she was most likely a figure from the same era. She looked no different from an ordinary old woman in the village, but her age made people dizzy. It was a shocking and strange feeling. Yi Fan was in a daze, but he was suddenly stunned. That old woman disappeared without a sound. He didn't see her move at all, but she just disappeared into thin air, as if she had never been there. Dead, all dead. The old madman also gradually went away. At this moment, many people rushed to the small town outside the mountains. They were all scrambling to be the first. Yi Fan didn't know what was going on, so he followed those people to see what was going on. The Yaoguang Holy Land and the Jiang family are finally going to the forbidden area of the remote antiquity. From the people's discussion, Yi Fan learned that the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Jiang family were going to enter the mountain, and they were now recruiting people. If people were willing to join them, they could get the magic medicine that could resist the curse. A large number of cultivators had gathered outside the small town, all of them waiting for the two super forces to distribute the spirit herbs. After a full hour, a rumbling sound came from the small town, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping. Hundreds of horsemen were sitting on all kinds of magical beasts, full of murderous intent and high fighting spirit. They rushed out of the small town. All the strange beasts were shining with divine lights and thick scales. Their feet didn't touch the ground, and they were 3 feet above the ground. They galloped in the sky like a tsunami. A boundless pressure shook the surroundings. Several hundred knights were covered in godly metal armor, with only their eyes exposed. They rode on their savage beasts and gradually rose into the sky, getting higher and higher from the ground. Both the sky and the earth were trembling, and an austere aura enveloped the entire town and the surrounding area. Rumble. 50 bronze chariots appeared behind the several hundred powerful knights. The chariots were stained with black blood and covered in blade marks and sword holes. They were a record of their glory and emitted an ancient and desolate aura. 50 ancient bronze chariots rolled across the sky, emitting a deafening sound like a tsunami. The cultivators on the chariots were even more terrifying than the knights. The sky seemed to be about to be crushed by them. The wheels rolled and the ancient chariots rose into the sky. Behind the chariots, dozens of divine lights soared into the sky. These people's cultivation was obviously higher, and they were guarding 2 special chariots. The cries of phoenixes resounded through the horizon. The feathers of the 9 birds were extremely dazzling, flickering with streaks of divine splendor. They had 5-colored bodies, and all of them were more than 10 meters long. They looked extremely like the legendary divine birds of phoenixes. They pulled a 5-colored divine chariot into the sky. The 9 birds definitely have the phoenix blood in their bodies. They are the descendants of the divine bird. It is the Yaoguang Holy Land's 9 Phoenix Sun chariot. It is said that only the extremely powerful elders can ride this chariot. I am afraid that an elder like this can destroy the 6 blessed paradises of the Yen Kingdom by himself. The practitioners outside the small town were all discussing, and they all looked surprised. Such a powerful lineup was really shocking. Suddenly, the roars of savage beasts shook the heavens, causing everyone's ears to buzz, and even their souls to tremble. 9 strange beasts shaped like golden gods pulled a jade chariot that flickered with divine light. They rode on the clouds and emitted waves of thunderclaps as they rose from the small town into the sky. This is the Jiang clan's divine chariot. Only the direct descendants of the Jiang clan can ride it. It must be an elder. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. The Yaoguang Holy Land and the Jiang clan had obviously put in a lot of effort. They were determined to get the sacred medicine from the barren forbidden lands. At this time, an elder rode a rainbow and arrived in the sky above the small town. He looked down at the crowd and said, "We have limited spiritual medicines. We can't give them out as we wish. If you want to take them, you must listen to our orders." The people below were in an uproar. These conditions were a bit harsh. Many people were worried that they would be used as cannon fodder and would leave immediately. This is too much. I will never take them. I am afraid that I will die before I know how. Leave them for them. This kind of spiritual medicine is too hot. I don't dare to take it. Some cultivators stayed, intending to fish in troubled waters. They would leave immediately after taking the spiritual medicines. They wouldn't listen to the orders. The elder in the sky continued to talk, and the sound waves shook the sky. He said, "We will not use anyone as cannon fodder. You just need to stay with us." Many people didn't believe him and questioned him. The elder in the sky explained patiently. In the end, many people stayed, but most of them chose to watch and didn't participate. An hour later, the people of the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Jiang clan started to move into the depths of the mountain. A large number of cultivators followed them. They didn't want to take the sacred medicine, they just wanted to pick some spiritual medicines. In fact, not many people wanted to enter the barren forbidden lands. They just wanted to search the outer area. Nobody would bet their lives for the spiritual medicines. Even though the people of the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Jiang clan were very ostentatious in the small town, after entering the depths of the mountain, all of them restrained their powerful auras. They were as low-key as they could be. Before, they just wanted to frighten other cultivators. There are many powerful beasts around the barren forbidden lands. Even the powerful cultivators of the Holy Land might not be able to defeat them. We need to divide into 7 groups and enter the forbidden land from different routes. Nobody expected that the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Jiang clan would make such a decision in the depths of the mountain. The cultivators behind them looked at each other and didn't know which group to follow. An energetic cultivator smiled and said, "Do we even need to think about it? Wherever the sunrise chariot of the 9 phoenix and the royal carriage go, we will follow." However, everyone who had such an idea was disappointed. The sunrise chariot of the 9 phoenix and the royal carriage disappeared in the blink of an eye. The ancient desolation forbidden grounds are mysterious and unpredictable. Any powerful cultivator who enters will be reduced to a mortal. The 2 elders won't go too deep. They will be waiting for us on the outskirts to help us get rid of the dangerous beasts. When they heard this explanation, everyone was very disappointed. Entering the forbidden land will only lead to death. Let's just watch from afar and not join in the fun. Immediately, many cultivators retreated. They stopped and didn't move forward anymore. The Yaoguang Holy Land and the Jiang clan quickly divided into 7 groups. They flew into the sky and moved forward from different directions. Yi Fan looked around and decided to follow the group in the middle. He didn't fly in the sky. Instead, he moved forward in the forest on the ground. Even though many people retreated, many cultivators still followed. Yi Fan walked very slowly. He didn't follow them until everyone was far away. Endless dry bones, mountains of corpses and oceans of blood. It's here again. Just then, the white-haired crazy old man suddenly appeared. He was not far away from Yi Fan. He also followed them. "Old man, are you sure? Everyone will die," he murmured to himself in a daze. Why did the crazy old man always say that? It was really creepy. However, thinking that the old man was not in his right mind, Yi Fan relaxed again. He couldn't back down because of a few words. He had to collect the sacred medicine, which was related to his future. Yi Fan continued on his way, leaving the crazy old man far behind. Most of the cultivators in front of him were flying, so they were very fast. After 2 hours, they arrived at the mountain that was more than 100 miles away from the forbidden land of remote antiquity. In this primitive area, there were many wild beasts. However, there were many cultivators, so the strange beasts all chose to retreat and made way for them. It was a smooth journey. The Yaoguang Holy Land and the Jiang clan are probably less than 100 miles away from the Forbidden Land. There is no danger at all. Maybe they can really collect the sacred medicine. Should we also go to the edge of the Forbidden Land of remote antiquity? Many cultivators in front of them were discussing. They didn't meet any danger along the way, so they couldn't help but feel relaxed. Roar! All of a sudden, a horrible roar came from the depths of the primitive mountain. In the distance, there were shouts of horror. Many cultivators quickly ran back. Let's go. The group of the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Jiang clan is all finished. Many cultivators ran back on their rainbows. Their faces were full of horror. They didn't want to stay for a second and ran out of the mountain. What happened? The cultivators behind asked in confusion. A powerful strange beast appeared in front of us. It swallowed more than half of the knights of the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Jiang clan. It smashed 7 or 8 ancient bronze chariots into powder with one claw. It roared 9 times and killed everyone in a radius of 1 mile. So scary. No one from the middle team of the Jiang clan and the Yaoguang Holy Land escaped. They are all dead. Hearing what the people who escaped said, many people felt their hearts tremble. What kind of savage beast was this? It was simply too terrifying. It actually killed everyone. Yi Fan felt something was wrong. According to the common people, although there were many powerful strange beasts outside the forbidden land of remote antiquity, they wouldn't specially target cultivators. It shouldn't be so tragic. Suddenly, waves of terrifying energy fluctuations spread out from the distant mountain range. Not long after that, wretched cries of many cultivators rang out and a high number of cultivators fled in terror. What happened? An extraordinary strange beast appeared and tore everyone in the front into pieces. No one from the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Jiang clan made it back alive. They are all dead. The cultivators behind were all frightened. Another team was destroyed, which was beyond everyone's expectation. Yi Fan felt more and more uneasy. They hadn't even entered the forbidden land of remote antiquity, but 2 teams had already been killed. This was not a good sign. He couldn't help but think of the crazy old man. Suddenly, phoenix cries resounded in the sky. The feathers of the 9 strange birds were extremely gorgeous. They were shining brightly like burning fire. They were pulling a 5-colored magical chariot across the sky. The elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land finally made his move. We don't need to run anymore. He will definitely kill the beasts in front of us. Everyone thought so. However, in an instant, everyone's expressions changed. Because the 9 Phoenix Rising Sun chariot was actually fleeing. Oh my God, that is the legendary rock. In the horizon, a giant bird covered the sky and covered the earth. When its wings were spread out, they were several hundred meters in length. Its entire body was resplendent and dazzling, releasing dazzling divine splendor as if it was cast from gold. Its entire body was golden like a golden cloud as it quickly rushed over. It was currently chasing after the 9 Phoenix Sunrise chariot. Seeing this, Yi Fan ran back without any hesitation. The depths of the mountains were definitely not normal. All kinds of powerful strange beasts had appeared. Even the elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land had to run for his life. This was too abnormal. Is the crazy old man's words going to come true? Yi Fan was a bit scared. He was flying in the forest on a rainbow. He didn't fly up because he was afraid that he would be discovered by the strange beasts. Suddenly, horrified screams came from the front. A large number of cultivators were running toward the depths of the mountains like tides. There are wild beasts blocking the way. Run. It's too tragic. Hundreds of people were smashed into a bloody mist in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan was immediately distressed. Even the way back was cut off by strange beasts. This was not good news at all. The only thing he was glad about was that he didn't rush up to the sky just now. Otherwise, he would have been in danger. This primitive mountain range was in chaos. Terrifying wild beasts blocked the way in front and behind. Many cultivators began to fly horizontally, trying to break out. Suddenly, waves of sorrowful cries came. The 9-phoenix solar chariot was blocked for the 7th time. The giant rock was extremely swift and fierce. Its whole body shone with golden light, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. It had already torn 2 phoenix-like strange beasts alive. An angry roar came. An old man rushed out of the chariot. A crimson seal flew out of his body and quickly enlarged. In the blink of an eye, it was as big as a mountain and pressed down on the rock. Dazzling golden light shot up into the sky. The rock's body erupted with dazzling light. Its golden wings slashed down. With a loud clang, the bloody seal was sent flying. At the same time, a golden vortex appeared in front of the rock. Like a giant eye of the sea, it quickly swallowed the 9-phoenix solar chariot and the old man. The giant golden vortex caused the mountains below to shake. It was as if it was going to be uprooted and devoured all tangible things in the surroundings. Miserable cries could be heard as the phoenix-like beasts were all swallowed up by the golden vortex. One could clearly see that the 5-colored birds were shattered into a large expanse of blood mist and completely turned into ashes. The 5-colored divine chariot that was shrouded in multicolored light also turned into powder on the spot. The old man's hair and beard were all standing on end. Countless rays of light rushed out of his body. They were all kinds of spirit treasures that slashed at the golden-winged rock. But the rock was too powerful. The millions of golden feathers on its body all bloomed with divine splendor, shooting out rays of sword-like golden light. The spirit treasures that filled the sky were all blocked, and many were even shattered. Exterminate. Exterminate. Kill. The 3 words were like thunder. The entire ancient mountain range was rumbling. The 3 words that came out of the old man's mouth seemed to have a strange magic power that made the rock shake. A vertical eye opened on his forehead and shot out 3 rays of purple light. Together with the 3 words he shouted, they pierced 3 bloody holes on the golden rock's body. Bird cries split the sky. The golden rock spread its wings and flew high, sprinkling golden blood. But in an instant, the wounds stopped. It quickly swooped down. The old man's body quickly grew. In an instant, he became a giant taller than a mountain. He reached out his hand to grab the rock, wanting to tear it apart. The crimson seal that had been knocked away earlier also flew back and pressed down. At the same time, his vertical eye suddenly turned into a giant purple sword and slashed down. The elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land used all kinds of great techniques to suppress the rock. However, at this moment, he was completely desperate. The golden rock turned into a golden sun, burning fiercely. Golden light flooded the sky and the earth. The giant purple sword collapsed without a sound, and the crimson seal was quickly decomposed. The elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land turned into a mist and turned into a bloody light. Finally, he turned into ashes and disappeared completely. In the ancient mountain range, many cultivators were terrified. The elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land had both his body and soul destroyed. This was so surprising and shocking. The dignified elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land turned into ashes. This rock is so scary. Yi Fan said to himself. The rock is like a fairy. It does not belong to the mortal world. It is its descendant. Hearing this, Yi Fan hurried to turn around and found that it was the crazy old man who had appeared not far away. Ah! Screams rose and fell, coming from time to time. People who had just fled to the side all retreated again. Horrible strange beasts appeared in all directions and killed many cultivators. The divine burial chariot of the Jiang family. Someone shouted. In the sky, 9 strange beasts were all covered with golden scales and surrounded by brilliant divine halos. They were pulling a chariot and rushing over. The jade chariot was glittering and full of auspicious lights. It was extraordinary. The elder of the Jiang family is also running. What on earth is going on? Why is it like this? Everyone was dumbfounded. The 9 golden divine Ho fled like stray dogs, pulling the chariot as it rumbled through the sky. An old man covered in blood stood on the jade chariot, doing his best to resist the pursuit of the savage beast behind him. However, it was all in vain. A huge beast claw like a small mountain smashed the chariot and crushed the 9 golden rock into a bloody mist. The old man was also shattered. This shocking scene caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. This was simply too crazy. Even the elders of the clan of the ancients were unable to withstand a single blow from that savage beast. Just how powerful was that beast? The deafening roar caused people's souls to tremble. The black fog rolled over and over, and that terrifying beast revealed its true form. It was incomparably malevolent, standing high up in the sky. The bitter baleful aura it emitted caused people to shiver. It was as large as a mountain and gave off a terrifying pressure. There was a lot of black fog around it, and its huge body was faintly discernible. It looked like a qilin, but it had 9 huge snake heads, making it look especially sinister. At the same time, more than 10 strange beasts appeared in all directions. They were all different but all extremely horrible. Some breathed out demonic clouds that covered the sky and were as big as a mountain. Some were dazzling and brilliant, even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. All of them were extremely magical. They were surrounded in all directions. The Yaoguang Holy Land and the Jiang family's group of 7 were all killed. A large number of cultivators who wanted to fish in troubled waters were all surrounded. No one escaped. Yi Fan's heart sank. Crazy Ole's prophecy seemed to be coming true. The oppressive pressure broke out in an instant. Countless beams of evil light fell from the sky. The horrible waves made the mountains tremble. All the strange beasts joined hands to kill the cultivators. Screams shook the sky in the forest. Lives were dying. Blood dyed the ground red. Countless corpses fell on the ground. More than 10 horrible wild beasts could kill the elders of the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Jiang family. It was a piece of cake for them to kill the remaining cultivators. In just a moment, the forest turned into a bloody world. The screams became less and less and the forest was dyed red by the bloody mist. Seeing that the crazy old man was still not far away, Yi Fan rushed to him and grabbed his arm. "You are really a living ancestor." He didn't know if he could survive. He held the crazy old man tightly. Maybe only this old man could take him out of here alive. Crazy Ole's prophecy came true. Chapter 103. Blood-red mist drifted in the air, filling the forest with a pungent smell. Corpses lay in the thorns, under the ancient branches, and among the rocks. Their bodies were either pierced through or torn apart. All of them died with their eyes wide open. The vast forest was dead silent. Crazy Ole's prediction had come true. As far as the eye could see, there were corpses everywhere. Everyone was dead. Blood dyed the ground red. Dead, all dead, it's here again. Crazy Ole murmured to himself as he looked up at the sky. "You're wrong. At least the 2 of us survived." Yi Fan still had a lingering fear. Not long ago, he saw with his own eyes a dozen monsters slaughtering cultivators. It was a brutal massacre. No one could stop them. At that moment, Yi Fan thought he would die as well. Even the powerful elders of the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Jiang family couldn't withstand a single blow from those monsters. However, to his surprise, Crazy Ole stood in the forest, smiling foolishly, and the beasts all avoided him. Sob, sob, sob. Crazy Ole burst into tears. Tears flowed down from his cloudy eyes. He tore at his messy white hair. "Old man, don't let it go. After 6,000 years, there's nothing you can't let go of," Crazy Ole cried to the sky, beating his chest and stamping his feet. Then, he began to wander in the forest like a ghost. He didn't look at Yi Fan once. He was completely immersed in his own world. Yi Fan followed closely beside him, afraid that those strange beasts would descend again. Crazy Ole was in a daze. Finally, He climbed up a stone mountain and looked in the direction of the forbidden area of barren antiquity. He didn't move for a long time like a fossil. In the end, he stood there for a whole night. His cloudy eyes never blinked. He didn't come back to his senses until the first ray of sunlight shone into his eyes. The music is over. Let's go. I'll come back to see you later. Crazy Ole cried and walked down the mountain with a silly smile. When the deranged old man took large strides, Yi Fan was shocked to find that each step he took was several li. If it wasn't for Yi Fan supporting him and holding onto his arm, he would have long since disappeared without a trace. Dao pattern. At this moment, Yi Fan was astonished. Every step of Crazy Ole was unusual. There were mysterious patterns interwoven on each step, and a Dao pattern. His heart was truly shocked to the extreme. This old lunatic's achievements were unimaginable. He could condense Dao presence with just a wave of his hand, and he could leave behind Dao patterns at will. There was no way to estimate his realm. Legend has it that the Dao pattern was carved by the Almighty in the ancient times after they comprehended the nature. It was their spiritual inheritance. Crazy Ole could create the Dao pattern with just a simple movement. It's terrifying, comparable to the legendary Almighty in the ancient times. No wonder those strange beasts that could easily kill the elders of the Holy Land avoided him like a plague. Yi Fan was shocked. He concentrated on memorizing the patterns on the ground. He was almost hanging on Crazy Ole's body, staring at each footprint with full concentration. The Dao patterns flashed and disappeared automatically after a moment. But they were all the same. Every footprint was the same. Yi Fan memorized them until they were far away from the corpse-strewn forest. Many practitioners were looking into the depths of the ancient mountains, but no one dared to explore. They were cautious and sensed that something terrible had happened in the forest. They didn't follow Crazy Ole yesterday and chose to stop outside the forest. Otherwise, there would be more corpses in the forest. Yi Fan looked behind him. It felt like a lifetime had passed. Only he and Crazy Ole made it out alive. No one would be able to calm down. Crazy Ole waved his tattered sleeve and threw Yi Fan a few meters away. Obviously, he was going to leave. Elder, please wait. I'm willing to follow you and listen to your teachings. Yi Fan hurried to catch up. Crazy Ole seemed to wake up a little. He looked at him in confusion and asked, "Who are you?" I shouldn't even exist in this world. Are you going to turn into dust with me?" With that, Crazy Ole flicked his sleeves and disappeared. Yi Fan stood on the spot for a while. Then he took a detour and left the mountain. When he came back, Yi Fan saw Zhou Yi, Lin Jia, Li Xiaoman, and Wang Ziwen. They were with their elders and did not go deep into the mountains. Soon, the news spread and shocked the whole eastern barren territory. Near the forbidden area of the barren antiquity, a powerful figure of the demon clan is going to come out. Countless horrifying beasts are guarding there. Trespassers won't be able to survive. That place is even more horrible than the tomb of the demon king. It's like a slaughterhouse of death. This news spread all over the world, making all the human practitioners in the eastern barren territory restless. Someone pointed out that the heart that flew out of the tomb 2 years ago was inherited by a powerful figure of the demon clan. A new demon king was about to appear in the eastern barren territory. Half a month later, the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Jiang family both sent powerful cultivators to the mountain. It was said that a great elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land and a brother of the Jiang family master came together. The real big shots were here. The small town became a gathering place again. Yi Fan didn't leave. He stayed outside the mountain. He didn't want to give up. He wanted to wait for things to calm down and then find a way to go deeper. In the next 10 days, powerful cultivators went deep into the mountain every day, but none of them came back. It wasn't until the great elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land and the big shots of the Jiang family came in person that people thought the truth might come to light. After a day and a night, the two of them finally came back with pale faces. An even more shocking news spread across the eastern wasteland. The two of them forcibly opened their immortal eyes and gazed into the distance for hundreds of miles. They saw a shocking scene. A bronze coffin appeared above the abyss of the desolate antiquity forbidden land. Those powerful beasts seemed to want to break into the forbidden area and take the coffin away. They temporarily blocked the outside area. When Yifan heard the news, he was shocked. Others didn't know what was going on with the bronze coffin, but he knew it clearly. Didn't it fall into the abyss? Why did it appear again? Half a month later, more news came. Those powerful beasts finally took action, but they failed miserably. 7 beasts went in, but none came out alive. In the end, those powerful beasts stopped surrounding the forbidden area and left. The Eastern Barren Territory was in an uproar. A bronze coffin appeared in the forbidden area, which affected all the big shots. However, none of the Holy Lands or clans of the clan of the Ancients acted rashly. Those powerful beasts all returned in failure, which alerted them. 1 month later, the Yaoguang Holy Land, the Jiang family, and the Ji family joined hands to enter the forbidden area again. This time, many cultivators came, but most of them were here to watch the fun. Few wanted to go in. All the clans were just watching. Yifan, it's you. Outside the mountain, an extremely beautiful woman showed a surprised expression. She was tall and slender with wonderful curves. She had the body of a devil and the face of a fairy. She had a pair of phoenix eyes, which were slightly slanted. She had an extremely charming temperament and was extremely seductive. Lin Jia. Yifan was also surprised. He didn't expect to be discovered by Lin Jia. In fact, he already knew that Lin Jia, Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and Li Xiaoman were in the small town up ahead. This time, the 3 parties joined hands to summon them again. They were most likely here to ask them something. Not far away, a few powerful knights heard the noise and immediately rushed over on their mounts. He is my friend. Don't misunderstand, Lin Jia hurriedly shouted. The knights immediately stopped in the distance. They are? Yifan asked. They are from the Yaoguang Holy Land. Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, Li Xiaoman, and I want to come out. There is always someone guarding us. Lin Jia shook her head and said, these are all matters of the world of cultivators. You won't understand even if I tell you. Right now, the world of cultivators in the Eastern Barren Territory is very chaotic. She glanced at Yifan and said, why are you here? How have you been in the past 3 years? Yifan smiled and said, I am very good. Everything is going well. If you have any problems, you can tell me. Maybe I can help you. There are no problems for now. Here, I congratulate Granny Lin for regaining her youth and becoming as beautiful as a flower. Are you asking for a beating? Lin Jia rolled her eyes at him, then smiled charmingly and said, it seems that these 3 years have been good for you. It is different from what I imagined. She sighed and said, time passes so quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. I really miss the past. Maybe one day we can go back. The chances are almost 0. Lin Jia seemed to have thought of something and said in a low voice, if you have any problems in the future, you can find me at the Mist Cave. Leave now. What's wrong? I have no choice but to return to the forbidden area of the ancient barren territory. If those people know that you have eaten the holy fruit, you will also be in trouble. You should leave this place as soon as possible. Yifan didn't say much. He nodded and said, take care. However, trouble still came. After only a quarter of an hour, Yifan was silently surrounded by more than 10 knights in the mountain. The elderly knight who led the group made Yifan very afraid. He didn't try to break out of the encirclement because he could feel a terrifying wave of energy coming from the elderly man. If he acted rashly, the elderly man might explode in an instant. I understand why you are here. All right, I will go with you. Yifan was very calm. In the end, Yifan was brought back to the small town, but he didn't see Lin Jia, Zhou Yi, Li Xiaoman, or Wang Ziwen. The people from the Yaoguang Holy Land knew that he had eaten the holy fruit and disguised him as a knight. They wanted to use him to harvest the holy fruit at a critical moment. With your physique, you will definitely be able to resist the power of the curse. If you manage to harvest the holy fruit, the Holy Land will not mistreat you." The elderly knight warned, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. "I understand." Yi Fan nodded, but he was sneering in his heart. He didn't know who would be using whom when they entered the ancient forbidden ground. 5 days later, the Yaoguang Holy Land, the Jiang family, and the Ji family once again set out for the deep mountain. From afar, Yi Fan saw Lin Jia, Li Xiaoman, Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, Zhang Xiling, and Lu Yi. They had all been brought here. However, at this moment, Yi Fan was riding on a wild beast and wearing the godly iron armor. Those people couldn't recognize him. This time, there were no horrifying wild beasts blocking their way. The three parties smoothly arrived at the boundary monument of the ancient forbidden ground. A few carriages flickering with divine multicolored light floated in the sky, no longer advancing. A few great figures were preparing to receive reinforcements from outside. They did not dare to take the risk themselves, because the ancient desolate forbidden land had the greatest effect on supreme experts. It could even reduce them to mere mortals. Entering the ancient forbidden ground once again, Yi Fan was a little excited. Maybe the opportunity that belonged to him was about to come. At the same time, he thought of the huge bronze coffin. He didn't know why it had escaped from the abyss and appeared on the holy mountain. "We must harvest the holy fruit." The few influential figures transmitted their voices in the sky. The carriages were glowing with divine light. Chapter 104. Inside the barren antiquity forbidden ground, the branches of ancient trees stretched out in all directions like dragons. Every single tree was like a small mountain that pierced into the sky. Old vines as thick as a water tank were like giant snakes that coiled around the mountains. Every single one of them could wrap around a mountain. If one didn't know the details and saw the flourishing plants and the vibrant vitality, one would think this place was a pure land. However, if one observed carefully, one would soon notice the abnormality. In this vast forbidden ground, one couldn't hear the cries of birds or the roars of beasts. There was no trace of insects or ants. It was so quiet that it was almost dead silent. This time, the three clans joined hands and carefully selected cultivators. They didn't bring many cultivators, there were only about 80 people in total. In the deepest part of this forbidden ground, there are 9 sacred mountains. We should separate and go forward. Each of us climbs a sacred mountain. This way, we don't have to divide the medicinal plants evenly. Su Daoling, the old knight from the Yaoguang Holy Land, suggested. There were more than 30 people from the Yaoguang Holy Land. All of them were tall and strong. They were all riding on strange beasts that had huge bodies and great strength. Because no matter if it was a cultivator or a beast, once they entered this place, their source of divine energy would be sealed and it would be difficult for them to use their techniques. The stronger the physical body, the more advantageous it would be. The people from the Jiang clan and the Ji clan also rode gifted wild beasts for the same reason. The Jiang clan brought more than 20 powerhouses. The leader, Jiang Hanzhong, was sitting on a demonic elephant with black scales. He smiled and said, "Brother Su, you are wrong. This place is full of unknown dangers. It is better for us to move forward together. I think even if we only climb one sacred mountain, the medicinal plants we get will be enough for our 3 clans to divide. For so many years, no one has ever succeeded. We cannot split up." Then, Jiang Hanzhong glanced at Yi Fan inadvertently. His eyes flashed with a strange light. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He was very sensitive to the people from the Jiang clan. 2 years ago, the knights from this clan chased him to the ends of the earth. The old knight of the Yaoguang Holy Land, Su Daoling, shook his head and said, "I think the most horrible thing in the Forbidden Land is the power of the curse. Even if we all gather together, it will be useless. It is better to move forward separately. Maybe we can find our own opportunities." The elder of the Jiang family, Jiang Hanzhong, revealed a playful smile and glanced at Yi Fan. Then, he said, "Our Jiang family only has over 20 people here. We are understaffed and a little weak. We would like to borrow a few people from Brother Su. Yi Fan's entire body was covered in godly metal armor. Even his head was completely covered by the helmet. Only his eyes could be seen. At this moment, he knew that the Jiang family had recognized him. One of the knights who had pursued him back then must be among them. The elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land, Su Daoling, knew that Yi Fan had eaten the divine fruit and was more capable of resisting the curse than the others. He wanted to use Yi Fan to pick the divine medicine in the Forbidden Land. At this moment, he realized that the Jiang family also wanted to take advantage of Yi Fan, so he refused on the spot. The elder of the Ji family, Ji Yunfeng, looked on with cold eyes. He noticed that the two people in front of him were hiding something. He remained calm and said, "It is still too early to talk about this. It will not be too late to make a decision after we reach the depths of the Forbidden Land." The other two clans listened to his suggestion and continued forward. At first, no one felt anything. However, after moving forward for more than 10 miles, everyone felt that something was wrong. The divine power in my body is no longer flowing. It is about to disappear. A cultivator of the Jiang family was the first to scream. "My saint spring is closed. There is no longer any divine power flowing out." An expert of the Yaoguang Holy Land was also shocked. Everyone's expression became very unsightly. There was no more life essence in their bodies. Even their sea of bitterness was slowly drying up. "What are you panicking for? This is something that we have already expected." Jiang Hanzhong, the elder of the Jiang family, shouted coldly. Ji Yunfeng, the elder of the Ji family, also said, "It doesn't matter if the divine power source is drying up. We don't need magic here. We just need to be able to resist the power of the curse." At this moment, Yi Fan felt that the vitality of the Saint Spring had weakened a little. However, it did not dry up. It was still flowing. Although the golden sea of bitterness was a little dim, it did not dry up. Could it be that after the potential of the sacred body of the ancients is drawn out, it can resist the evil power in this place? Yi Fan muttered to himself. He could not calm down. At the moment, he had a strong enough trump card. It was definitely a trump card. Zhou Yi, Lin Jia, Wang Ziwen, Li Xiaoman, Zhang Xiling, and Lu Yi were also sitting on the strange beasts and following the team. Several knights were responsible for protecting them. After advancing for more than 20 miles, many of the monsters began to roar. They were very uneasy. One of the weakest Biao began to tremble. Its body was like a sieve, and it lay on the ground, unwilling to move forward. The terrain ahead was flat. Ancient trees towered into the sky. The branches were like the arms of giants, stretching into the sky. It was lush, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Everyone moved forward carefully. No one said a word. They were all holding spears and swords in their hands, ready to charge at any time. They could not use magic, so this was the only way. After advancing for more than 200 meters, they went around several ancient trees with a diameter of more than 20 meters. The dozens of mounts at the front all stood up and overturned the cultivators on them. Behind one of the ancient trees, a snow-white skeleton stood upright. It faced the crowd and exuded a demonic aura. All the knights retreated and held their spears and swords tightly, pointing them forward. There are no signs of life, no fluctuation of divine power. It's just a skeleton. The few knights who were overturned by the mounts walked over with large strides. They brandished the long swords in their hands and chopped the skeleton into pieces. However, something frightening happened. The instant their skeletons shattered, the knights all cried out miserably. The divine metal armors on their bodies were originally shining brilliantly, impervious to blades and swords, but at this moment, they were rapidly dimming, emitting kacha-kacha sounds as they continuously cracked. In the end, like the decaying bark of an old tree, they quickly fell off. The eyes of those knights were sunken, and their flesh and blood were withered. They fell down like dust. It was as if they had traveled through history and experienced thousands of years of time. In the blink of an eye, they turned into ashes, leaving behind only a white skeleton that fell heavily to the ground. Retreat! Jiang Hanzhong, the elder of the Jiang family, shouted, "Everyone, don't come close." Everyone felt a demonic power and quickly retreated. Those mounts were even more uneasy and roaring. The scene just now was really frightening. 7 fresh lives turned into ashes in the blink of an eye, completely disappearing. This kind of death made everyone feel a chill run down their spines. There was only silence in front of them. Nothing else happened. Only 7 white skeletons were left behind. Even the divine iron armors on their bodies were shattered. Ji family's elder, Ji Yunfeng, shouted, "Circle around from afar. If you find any abnormalities, no one is to act rashly." After passing through this ancient forest, a knight suddenly cried out in fear, "My hand." He was originally a young cultivator, but at this moment, his palm was incomparably rough, wrinkled, and completely lost its luster. He quickly took off his helmet and touched his face with trembling hands. He then screamed miserably on the spot. Everyone was horrified. At this moment, this knight's face was full of wrinkles, his hair was white, and his body was crooked. His life force was declining sharply, and he was about to die of old age. On the side, the other knights all released aged voices and cried out in fear. The same thing happened to their bodies as well. Every single one of their eyes became muddy, and their lives were about to be forfeit. Why? One of the knights' bodies was crooked, and his body was trembling. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed, and then with a put-ong sound, he fell off his mount, completely dying of old age. A moment later, the other aged knights also lost their lives, falling onto the ground. They died with remaining grievances. Meanwhile, their mounts were all quickly aging as well, no longer robust and powerful. They were all emaciated, as if they had contracted a serious illness. However, these strange beasts' lifespans were longer than humans, so they didn't die of old age. Yi Fan noticed that the ones who died were all those who got close to the white skeletons not long ago. Their mounts were startled, and they were overturned. This made him shiver inwardly. The Yaoguang Holy Land's old knight Su Dowling reminded with a heavy voice, "The life-restricted region's terror is evident from this. Everyone, do not be careless, and absolutely cannot act rashly." This journey was extremely depressing. No one spoke, and everyone's minds were restless. They couldn't predict whether they would live or die. Yi Fan sat on top of the savage beast and carefully observed the vegetation in the mountain region. He found it hard to calm down, because he actually discovered many spiritual medicines. They were all medicinal herbs that had grown for who knew how many years. A stalk of dragon's tongue flickered with green light, as if it was carved out of jade. It almost couldn't be called a grass, and was about to grow into a green tree. It was 2 meters tall, and the heart of the grass was like a dark green little dragon sticking out its tongue. Meanwhile, in a lake not far away, there was a jade lotus that was even more brilliant. Within the huge lotus seed pod were 9 lotus seeds that were as large as chicken eggs. They were sparkling and translucent, dark green like jade. A refreshing fragrance could be smelled even from far away. However, the crowd didn't stop at all, because they didn't have extra time to squander. Otherwise, even if they could successfully climb up the holy mountain and pick the divine medicine, their vitality would be exhausted and they wouldn't be able to walk out of this forbidden area. A knight of the Jiang family rode on a savage beast that was flickering with red light, and arrived in front of Yi Fan. He rode side by side with him, and said in an extremely weak voice, "Why aren't you running away anymore? 2 years ago, weren't you running very fast? You were as anxious as a stray dog." Yi Fan glanced at him and said, "I think you are more like a loyal dog. More than 2 years have passed, but you can still smell my scent. You are quite stubborn. I don't know if you still dare to say that when I slowly butcher you." The knight sneered indifferently and said, "I heard that you can't cultivate at all. You are really stupid and bold. When the time comes, you won't even know how you die. Are you so sure that you will eat me and let me die without a burial place?" Yi Fan was very calm, without a trace of anger. "You want the Yaoguang Holy Land to protect you? Stop daydreaming. When the time comes, obediently go and pick the divine medicine for us. Maybe you will have a whole corpse. I think you know very well that we can't let you leave here alive. The knight named Zhang Feng revealed his murderous intent and said, of course, I can give you a quick death. As long as you hand over the treasure of our holy land, I will let you die painlessly. Don't you think it's too early to say that? Yi Fan glanced at him indifferently and said, in this forbidden area, it's hard to say who will live and who will die until the very last moment. Maybe I will break your neck. The knight named Zhang Feng glanced at him with disdain and said, even though my source of divine energy is temporarily dried up, killing you is no different than stepping on an ant. It won't take any effort. You are quite confident. Yi Fan revealed a cold smile and didn't say anything else. Jiang Feng's face had a cruel smile and he opened his mouth eerily and said, 3 of the 5 knights who chased after you are here. We really want to hunt you down again. Of course, the result this time will be different. Hundreds of miles into the forbidden area, the 9 holy mountains finally appeared in their vision. They weren't very tall, but they were majestic and gave people endless pressure. It was as if the 9 heavens and 10 earths were in front of them. That is, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They felt their scalps go numb. Within the endless abyss formed by the 9 sacred mountains, countless white skeletons climbed up. They were densely packed together, forming a snow-white expanse. How could this be? Everyone felt their hair stand on end. They are most likely people from 6,000 years ago. Ji Yunfeng, the elder of the Ji clan, had a serious expression. The old knight of the Yaoguang Holy Land, Su Daoling, nodded and said in a deep voice, yes, it should be them. Back then, countless masters from that holy land fell in the abyss of the ancient desolation. It should be them. Yi Fan also felt a chill run down his spine. At this moment, he thought of the crazy old man. The skeletons on the mountain should be his old friends from the same sect. Chapter 105. More than 6,000 years ago, during its golden age, a sacred ground of immortals gathered tens of thousands of cultivators to attack the desolate abyss. In the end, almost all of them were annihilated, which gave this place its unparalleled reputation. Those skeletons have no signs of life. Why did they climb up from the abyss? While everyone was shocked, they were also puzzled. The 9 sacred mountains were majestic and heavy. Countless white skeletons struggled at the entrance of the abyss. There was one place where the skeletons were the densest. There were over 1,000 skeletons piled up there, forming a small bone mountain. The bronze coffin. Yi Fan's eyes shot out 2 bright rays of light. He saw a corner of the coffin that was not completely covered by thousands of skeletons. This gave him an indescribable feeling. All of this was because of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. At this time, the elder of the Jiang clan, Jiang Hanzhong, also saw the bronze coffin. His expression froze for a second and he said, the desolate forbidden grounds underwent an indescribable change. Thousands of skeletons crawled out. Could it be because of that coffin? What is its origin? Why would it appear there? The elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land also frowned and mumbled to himself, legend has it that there is a certain item buried in the abyss. That extremely powerful sacred ground of immortals attacked this place because of that mysterious item. Could it be because of this bronze coffin? The desolate forbidden grounds is one of the 7 forbidden zones of the Eastern Barren Territory. Since the ancient times, no one has been able to break through it. No cultivator has ever been able to enter it. The item buried in the abyss must have a great origin. The elder of the Ji clan, Ji Yunfeng, squinted his eyes as he looked at the bronze coffin. Then, everyone had a headache. Not long ago, they encountered a skeleton that turned more than 10 cultivators into ashes. Now, the 9 sacred mountains were densely packed with thousands of skeletons. How were they going to pick the medicine? Which sacred mountain did you climb? Jiang Hanzhong asked Zhou Yi and Lin Jia. Zhou Yi wore a white robe and his black hair draped over his shoulders. His temperament was calm and elegant. He answered calmly, the mountain with the coffin. Jiang Hanzhong nodded and said to everyone, that sacred mountain has the most skeletons, and the medicine has been picked before. Let's avoid it and climb another sacred mountain. At the side, a knight sighed and whispered, there are so many bones on the mountain, how do we go up? There's no chance at all. If you want to go up, you'll definitely die. Su Daoling, the elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land, said, we can always think of a way. Let's go closer and have a look. Not long after, everyone arrived at the foot of the 9 sacred mountains. Looking at it from a close distance, the sacred mountains were lush with vegetation, and the scenery was beautiful. Coupled with the vigorous atmosphere, it could be said to be magnificent. Are our 3 families going to separate, or are we going to join forces and climb the sacred mountain together? Ji Yunfeng, an elder of the Ji family, asked with a smile that was not a smile. Jiang Hanzhong, the elder of the Jiang clan, stepped forward and said, Brother Su, there's no need to hide anything. That little knight had once consumed the divine medicine that grew here, so it should be able to resist the power of the curse. Let's work together and help him ascend the sacred mountain to harvest the divine medicine. We can satisfy the needs of the 3 clans at the same time. Su Daoling, the old knight of the Yaoguang Holy Land, had no choice but to call Yi Fan over. When Yi Fan took off his helmet and revealed his delicate appearance, Lu Yi, Zhang Xiling, and Wang Ziwen, who were not far away, were all shocked. Let's think about it and see if there's any feasible way to harvest the divine medicine. A few elders gathered the knights together and began to discuss. Yi Fan and the others were left to the side, and no one paid attention to them for the time being. Yi Fan. Lu Yi was the first to run over. They had not seen each other for 3 years, but she did not change much. She was still the same as before, looking very weak. Her big eyes were filled with extreme shock as she said in a low voice, It's very dangerous here. Why did you come? Zhang Xiling also quickly rushed over and grabbed Yi Fan's shoulder. He shook him excitedly and said, Where have you been these past 2 years? I once went to the Spirit Ruins Grotto with the elders of my sect to visit you and Pang Bo, but in the end, I found out that both of you had disappeared. It's a long story. Yi Fan had experienced many things, but he could not say it out loud. Otherwise, it would definitely bring trouble to them. Lin Jia was extremely beautiful, and she was born with a pair of phoenix eyes. In this kind of situation where life and death were unknown, it was difficult for her to smile, but she still looked very charming. It was completely due to her natural temperament. She had seen Yi Fan not long ago, but she did not point it out. She stretched out her slender hand and touched Yi Fan's head, saying, You've finally grown taller. Wang Ziwen also quickly walked up and said, I didn't think we would meet again here. I really don't know if we should celebrate or be sad. Zhou Yi also frowned and said in a low voice, I'm afraid that we will not be able to survive today. We have to think of a way to save ourselves. These people definitely won't care about our lives. Li Xiaoman was dressed in white, and her expression was calm. She nodded at Yi Fan and did not say anything. At this moment, the people in front finished their discussion and looked over. Jiang Hanzhong pointed at Wang Ziwen and said, You, come here. What orders do you have for me, senior? Wang Ziwen was as gentle as before. Go up the mountain immediately and find a way to pluck the sacred medicine. If you succeed, I will accept you as my disciple and let you become an official disciple of the clan of the ancients. Hearing Jiang Hanzhong's words, Wang Ziwen's expression immediately changed. He was obviously being used as cannon fodder to test the waters and see what the result would be. I am too weak. I'm afraid that before I can reach the mountain, I will be drowned by those white bones and turn into dust. Wang Ziwen looked gentle, but he was not a coward. His eyes were bright as he looked at the Jiang elder and said, Please show mercy, senior. I told you to go up, so go up. What's with all this nonsense? A knight was very dissatisfied and loudly rebuked. Then just kill me. Otherwise, I won't obey even if I die. Wang Ziwen said straightforwardly. Then I'll just kill you. One of the knights pulled out a sharp sword that gleamed with a cold light. Even if the divine power spring had dried up, the physique of a cultivator was still far superior to that of an ordinary person. Wang Ziwen suddenly leaped up and landed on his own strange beast. He pulled out his dagger and stabbed it with all his might. The mount immediately raised its hooves and galloped away. Almost at the same time, Zhou Yi, Li Xiaoman, and Lin Jia did the same action. They quickly leaped up and flew onto their mounts. They fiercely slapped their mounts and charged into the distance. On the side, Lu Yi and Zhang Xiling grabbed onto one of Yi Fan's arms at the same time, wanting to lift him up and escape. However, it was already too late. They were blocked by a few knights wielding spears. Lu Yi and Zhang Xiling pulled out their sharp swords and confronted the knights. Even though they knew that their chances were not high, they did not want to wait helplessly for death. Do you really think you can escape? Although you're clever, you can't escape from my palm. Jiang Hanzhong did not pay attention to Yi Fan and the others. He whistled, and the 4 wild beasts that were running into the distance immediately turned around and returned. Wang Ziwen, Zhou Yi, Lin Jia, and Li Xiaoman were very decisive. They immediately jumped off their mounts and ran into the distance. However, the 4 strange beasts were in hot pursuit, quickly intercepting them. These strange beasts have already gained sentience. They're only temporarily lent to you. Do you really think you can control them? In the end, Zhou Yi, Li Xiaoman, Wang Ziwen, and Lin Jia were all escorted back by the knights. You want me to throw my life away and let you find out the truth? Impossible. I'd rather die like this. Wang Ziwen did not beg for mercy. Lin Jia also coldly said, although I know that this is a world where the strong prey on the weak, I did not expect that you so-called holy lands and ancient aristocratic families to be so despicable. Jiang Hanzhong shook his head and said, there's no such thing as true black and white in this world. It's fine as long as we treat the vast majority of the people in this world well. Occasionally sacrificing 3 to 5 unrelated people is nothing. Then make your move. To the side, a knight shook his head and looked at Lin Jia and Li Xiaoman. You two can be considered outstanding beauties. If it was any other day, no one would have the heart to make a move against you. But today, if you don't comply, don't blame us for being ruthless. Yi Fan looked at Jiang Hanzhong and said, what you're doing is too cruel. You could have used the wild beasts to test the waters. Why send people to their deaths? Jiang Hanzhong's expression was calm. He shook his head and said, in this forbidden zone, these strange beasts are very important to us. We cannot afford to lose them. In your eyes, are we not even comparable to these mounts? Yi Fan asked coldly. The knight who chased after Yi Fan 2 years ago, Jiang Feng, stepped forward. His lips curled into a mocking smile and said, are there some things that need to be clarified? He patted Yi Fan's shoulder and said, don't worry. You will definitely live longer than them. Most people will cooperate with you and help you ascend the sacred mountain to collect the divine medicine for us. Yi Fan looked at the old knight Su Daoling of the Yaoguang Holy Land, then at the elder Ji Yunfeng of the Ji clan, and said, do you also have the same attitude? Neither side responded. Their expressions were indifferent, and they didn't say anything. Jiang Feng laughed and glanced at Yi Fan in disdain. He patted his shoulder and said mockingly, one must know one's limits. Do you think you can talk to us like this? Even if the heads of the 6 sects of the Yan kingdom came in person, they wouldn't have the weight. The 3 elders won't say much to you. You're too arrogant and despotic. A cold light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He asked, for someone as arrogant as you, what realm have you reached? The Celestial Bridge realm. Jiang Feng looked down at him with a disdainful sneer, your level is too low, you will never understand. If it wasn't for the fact that I still need you, I would have killed you long ago for daring to talk to me like this. Yi Fan was indeed shocked. He didn't think that Jiang Feng had reached the Celestial Bridge realm, which was a whole realm higher than him. If the two of them met under normal circumstances, he would die without a doubt. As if he saw Yi Fan's shock, Jiang Feng sneered. You are a frog at the bottom of a well. How can you know how big the world is? You cultivators of the Yan kingdom are only limited to the sea of reincarnation. You are just a mortal and don't know how to cultivate. I don't want to talk to you. Yi Fan turned around to gaze at Su Daoling, Ji Yunfeng, and Jiang Hanzhong, and he said, if you want me to help all of you harvest divine herbs, then you have to satisfy me first. When he spoke up to hear, he pointed at Jiang Feng and said, "We must kill him first." Jiang Hanzhong, the elder of the Jiang family, shook his head. "You overestimate yourself. You are just a mortal and don't have the right to threaten us. There are many ways to make you submit." After saying that, he pointed at Zhang Xiling and coldly ordered a knight to step forward and said, "Kill him." The elder of the Jiang family was very calm, as if killing one person was nothing to him. The knight drew his sword and was about to step forward. "If killing one is not enough, you can kill them one by one," the elder of the Jiang family said coldly. "You dare to force me to submit like this?" A cold light flashed in Yifan's eyes. At this time, Jiang Feng stepped forward and glanced at him. "One must know their own limits. You, a piece of trash who can't cultivate, want to control us and take my life? You don't know what's good for you. There are many ways to control you. If worst comes to worst, I can control your mind." Jiang Feng stretched out his hand and lightly slapped Yifan's face. He was extremely humiliating as he sneered, "To us, you only have some value. It would be good enough if we could leave your corpse intact after this." Yifan grabbed his hand and didn't let it fall. "From the beginning to the end, you are all high and mighty with a strong sense of superiority. Is a divine bridge realm cultivator that amazing?" Slap. Suddenly, Yifan swung his palm and slapped Jiang Feng's face, sending him flying several meters away. He sneered, "As a mortal, it's really comfortable to hit the face of a divine bridge realm cultivator." Li Xiaoman, Zhou Yi, and Lin Jia all revealed shocked expressions. The knights around them were even more shocked. Chapter 106. Jiang Feng was sent flying 8 to 9 meters away, crashing heavily into a pile of rubble. He let out a blood-curdling scream on the spot, a few of the protruding rubble almost breaking his ribs. If it wasn't for his physique far exceeding that of a normal person, his bones would most likely have been broken. A clear bloody palm print appeared on his face, red and swollen. He struggled to get up, his eyes cold as he glared at Yifan, saying, "You." As a divine bridge realm cultivator, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Being sent flying by a mortal, and being seen by so many people, he wanted nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. So what if you're a divine bridge realm cultivator? You were still smacked down by a mortal like me, there's nothing special about you. Yifan had a faint smile on his face as he spoke, rubbing his palms, mocking mercilessly, "You're also a bit different, your skin is especially thick, even my palms hurt. Doesn't your face hurt?" This kind of naked humiliation made Jiang Feng's lungs almost explode from anger, feeling extremely sullen. Divine bridge realm cultivators were high above, and to mortals, they were like gods above the clouds. He couldn't accept what happened today, it was practically a lifetime of humiliation. He said coldly, "You're courting death." At the side, all the cultivators almost couldn't believe their eyes. Even if their godly power source was exhausted, and they couldn't use mystical abilities or secret arts, divine bridge realm cultivators were still not something mortals could shake. Zhou Yi and Wang Ziwen looked at each other, feeling that this was a bit unreal. Yifan, who didn't know the method of cultivation, had actually slapped away a cultivator who was high above them like a fly. It really shocked and puzzled them. Lin Jia's beautiful eyes were also wide open, filled with shock, looking like she couldn't believe it. Lu Yi and Zhang Xiling were dumbfounded, then revealed anxious and worried expressions, very worried for Yifan. With so many knights present, they didn't think that Yifan could escape. Li Xiaoman was in a daze, feeling that everything was a bit unbelievable. Looking at the divine bridge realm cultivator, and then at Yifan who was not far away, she found it hard to calm down. Thump, 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 the ground trembled. Even though Jiang Feng couldn't use any divine arts, his physical body was still extremely strong. He was like a humanoid beast as he closed in, his eyes shooting out terrifying beams of light. Yifan looked at the bloody fingerprints on his face and smiled brilliantly. "Expert, are you looking down on me? Can't you be a little more superior, a little more arrogant, and then fiercely smash the other half of your face into my palm? Go to hell." Jiang Feng's killing intent was revealed. He used his right hand to chop fiercely at Yi Fan's neck, while his left hand formed a dragon claw and grabbed at Yi Fan's chest, wanting to tear it apart. As expected of an expert. Against a mortal like me, every move is fatal. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth curled up in a mocking smile. His hand stretched forward and in an instant, firmly grasped the palm blade and the dragon claw. With a forceful twist, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Jiang Feng's expression was miserable. The pain caused him to break out in a cold sweat. Bang, bang, bang. The feet of the two also quickly collided a few times, giving off dull sounds. Jiang Feng was astonished. He felt that both of his knees were broken and could no longer stand. With a put-on sound, he knelt on the ground. This was an unbearable feeling of defeat. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. A cultivator of the divine bridge realm actually didn't have the physique of a mortal. He found it hard to believe. A man's knees are worth gold. You kneeling before me like this really makes me feel ashamed. You better get up. Yi Fan took a step back and fiercely waved his palm, heavily slapping the other side of his face and leaving a clear bloody fingerprint. Jiang Feng spat out a string of blood from his mouth and instantly flipped backwards. He once again fell into a pile of rubble and could no longer stand up. He gritted his teeth and stared angrily at Yi Fan, saying, "Little bastard, do you think I have humiliated you? What does this count for? 2 years ago, you all wanted to take my life and chase me until there was no road to heaven and no door to hell. What does this little bit of humiliation count for?" Yi Fan strode forward and said, "It is time to fulfill our promise. When you threatened to kill me, I also made the decision to take your life." 7 to 8 tall figures quickly rushed forward and blocked Yi Fan's path. Just now, there were people who wanted to make a move, but they were stopped by Jiang Hanzhong. He wanted to see how strong Yi Fan's physique was. Yi Fan didn't retreat and continued forward. When the first person made a move against him, he dodged like a bolt of lightning and stretched out his hand. With a kacha sound, he broke that person's wrist and snatched that snow-white longsword. He slashed with the back of his hand and the sword light swept out. With a pu sound, blood splattered and a head instantly rolled off. "Those who block me shall die." Yi Fan held his sword and swept his gaze over everyone. He strode forward, his eyes incomparably sharp. Swoosh, 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 several figures surrounded him. Some were holding spears, and some were holding sharp swords. All of them attacked Yi Fan together. Clang, clang, clang. Yi Fan was as fast as a meteor and possessed the power of a flood dragon. The sharp sword in his hand flickered with a dazzling brilliance and knocked away all the weapons in the hands of others. The long sword slashed vertically and with a pu sound, a horseman was chopped into 2 halves. Blood flowed freely. Chi! With a backhand slash, the sharp sword that was dripping with blood quickly slashed backward and cut off a cultivator's head on the spot. His head flew out for more than 10 meters before falling to the ground. The headless corpse spurted out blood and heavily fell into the dust. "Who dares to stop me?" Yi Fan swept his gaze over those people and quickly took a few steps forward. The divine sword that was dripping with blood slashed diagonally and the charging cultivator was immediately cut in half at the shoulder. With a pu sound, he fell into a pool of blood. Everyone's expressions froze. Yi Fan's physical body was just too tyrannical, his strength ferocious. That long sword that was dripping with blood seemed to weigh more than 10,000 jin in his hands, impossible to move at all. It simply didn't seem like a sword, but more like a mountain. Bang! Yi Fan's sword shook and directly shattered the cultivator in front of him. The powerful force directly destroyed the body of the horseman. His body was torn into pieces and blood splattered everywhere. He took a step into the pile of rocks and slashed forward with his sword. Dang! The elder of the Jiang clan, Jiang Hanzhong, personally made a move and used a spear to knock away the sharp sword in Yi Fan's hand. He grabbed Jiang Feng and retreated for more than 10 meters. Yi Fan's heart trembled. This old man was very terrifying. Even though he could not use any divine arts, the strength of his physical body was not any weaker than Yi Fan's. This was truly shocking. One had to know that Yi Fan had eaten the holy fruit and reached the life spring realm. The medicinal effects gradually spread out and his physical body became extremely powerful. Who would have thought? Jiang Hanzhong's expression was cold as he stared at Yi Fan and said, "A mortal can actually become this powerful after eating the holy medicine. The holy medicine is indeed worthy of its name. No wonder it has been circulating in the Eastern Barren since ancient times. You guys also came from the mortal world. The moment you open your mouth, you talk about how mortals are, and the moment you close your mouth, you are full of contempt. Do you really think you are gods?" Yi Fan walked forward in large strides. The divine sword in his hand was dripping with blood as it dragged on the ground. He stared at the elder of the Jiang clan and said, "You guys see me as an ant and want me to go die to pick the divine medicine for you. Do you really think you can control everything in this world? Very good." A strange light shot out from Jiang Hanzhong's eyes. He was not angry at all. Instead, he revealed a faint smile and said, "The stronger your physical body is, the more medicinal effects you have absorbed. You should be able to block the power of the ancient abyss curse. Picking the divine medicine is equivalent to having a higher chance of success. You think you can control me? You are too arrogant." Yi Fan pounced forward with lightning speed. Jiang Hanzhong flicked his hand and threw Jiang Feng away. The other cultivators caught Jiang Feng. Holding the long spear, he pierced towards Yi Fan fiercely as if he wanted to shatter the void. The tip of the spear exploded with a bright light. Clang! Yi Fan blocked with the long sword in his hand. An ear-piercing sound of metal rang out. It was as if two iron mountains had collided together, causing everyone's eardrums to ring. The long sword was like a rainbow. Yi Fan slashed horizontally and vertically. It was as if he was swinging a huge mountain with an unstoppable force. The long spear in Jiang Hanzhong's hand seemed to be able to fling away mountains. It was vigorous and violent, like a bolt of lightning, wreaking havoc in the void. Shwa! Suddenly, Yi Fan was like a bolt of lightning. He rushed out and directly pounced into the crowd. His target was Jiang Feng. Several knights tried to stop him. All of them felt very sullen. They had divine arts but could not use them. They could only use the most ancient combat arts to fight. They felt that if they could use divine arts, they would be able to turn Yi Fan into ashes with a raise of their hand. Pooh! Yi Fan was incomparably cold. His divine sword was like lightning, directly beheading a cultivator. Pooh! The long sword shone with cold light. Yi Fan chopped down, cutting another cultivator in half. Pooh! The sharp sword dripped with blood. It pierced through a cultivator's heart, causing blood to spurt out. Yi Fan's method was simple and direct. As long as he blocked, he would kill anyone. Blood splattered everywhere. No one could resist. Bang! He grabbed Jiang Feng and rushed out of the crowd like a wisp of smoke. Jiang Hanzhong's long spear pierced through his afterimage and struck the void. It didn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Today, I will collect the debt from 2 years ago. After Yi Fan finished speaking, with a "kacha" sound, he very straightforwardly twisted Jiang Feng's neck and threw him to the ground. Jiang Feng died with everlasting regret. Blood flowed continuously from the corner of his mouth and his eyes were wide open. A dignified divine bridge realm cultivator was actually killed by a mortal twisting his neck. He stopped breathing with humiliation and despair. Li Xiaoman, Zhou Yi, Lin Jia, and the others were all incomparably shocked. They never thought that Yi Fan would be so powerful. They all revealed expressions of astonishment. At this moment, Yaoguang Holy Land's old knight Su Daoling, Ji clan's elder Ji Yunfeng, and Jiang clan's elder Jiang Hanzhong pressed forward at the same time, blocking him in the middle. Yi Fan was very calm. His divine spring continued to gush and didn't dry up. With such a trump card, he didn't fear anyone. Ji clan's elder Ji Yunfeng's voice was cold as he said, Such a powerful physique is truly rare. It is truly a pity to kill him like this. Go up the mountain. If you can pluck the divine medicine, I will leave your corpse intact and let you die a happy death. There is nothing to feel pity about. Destroy his consciousness and leave his physical body behind. It can still be used. Jiang Hanzhong's lips curled into a cold smile. Yaoguang Holy Land's elder Su Dowling shook his head and said, "What a pity that the divine medicine was wasted by him. If we consumed it, our strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds." "Do you really think you can kill me?" Yi Fan sneered. Jiang Hanzhong took out a brocade box and said indifferently, "Actually, killing you doesn't require much effort at all. I can easily turn you into ashes." Yi Fan's heart instantly jumped. He felt a dangerous aura. That box was extremely unusual. He secretly rejoiced that he didn't rashly use his trump card. That would be his final trump card. "Alright, you guys help me clear away those white skeletons and I will go up the mountain to pluck the divine medicine for you." Yi Fan's thoughts spun like lightning. He wanted to borrow the power of these people to help him clear away the dangers on the mountain and use them to pluck the divine medicine. Chapter 107. The 9 sacred mountains were majestic and heavy. Ancient trees towered into the sky and strange rocks rose abruptly. It could be called a magnificent sight. At the foot of the mountain, Yi Fan looked at Jiang Hanzhong and said, "I only have one condition. Let all 6 of them go." Here, he pointed at Lu Yi, Zhang Xiling, Lin Jia, and the others. Lu Yi and Zhang Xiling revealed anxious and worried expressions. They signaled Yi Fan to leave as soon as possible. But they couldn't express it with words because they were surrounded by knights. Zhou Yi, Lin Jia, and Wang Ziwen didn't expect that Yi Fan would first think of sending them away at this moment. Li Xiaoman was also startled. She stared at Yi Fan, who was not far away. "They can't help at all. There's no point in staying." Yi Fan stared at Jiang Hanzhong and said, "You just want to use them to test the skeletons on the mountain. There's no need to sacrifice innocent people. You are indeed loyal. Unfortunately, you don't have the qualifications to negotiate with us." Jiang Hanzhong indifferently glanced at the people not far away. He didn't say anything. Obviously, he didn't plan to let them go. Not far away, Zhou Yi, Li Xiaoman, and the others all changed their expressions. They could naturally guess what the Jiang elder was thinking. He would definitely kill them and not let them leave alive. Yi Fan picked up a mountain rock that weighed more than 10 kilograms. He weighed it in his hand a few times. Then, he swung his arm and threw it towards the mountain. It was hard to imagine how strong he was. The mountain rock drew a beautiful trajectory and directly rushed from the foot of the mountain to the summit. It heavily smashed into the pile of skeletons. "What are you doing?" Ji Yunfeng, the elder of the Ji family, was enraged. "Don't you want to test the skeletons on the sacred mountain? I'll do it for you. There's no need for living people to go up." Su Dowling, the elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land, immediately darkened his face and said, "Who allowed you to act rashly?" Jiang Hanzhong also revealed his killing intent. He held the brocade box in his hand. Specks of light flickered on it. It seemed to be made of wood but not wood. It seemed to be made of jade but not jade. It was not gorgeous. It was overflowing with an ancient aura. There was no terrifying energy fluctuation, but it gave people an extremely dangerous feeling. Yi Fan had the illusion that it was like a world and not a box. It seemed to be able to contain everything, including the mountains, rivers, and earth. Boom! At this moment, a violent tremor came from the sacred mountain. It was as if some huge monster had been angered. Countless rocks tumbled down, breaking many trees. "The bones are going down the mountain." Many knights cried out in alarm. They saw countless white bones crawling down from the sacred mountain. Their speed wasn't very fast. The vast expanse of whiteness made people's scalps go numb. "Look what you've done." Jiang Hanzhong was furious. He glared at Yi Fan with undisguised killing intent. You'll get the same result if you send someone up. Hurry up and make a decision. What do you want to do? Do you want to continue harvesting the divine medicine? Su Daoling, the elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land, had an ugly expression. Ji Yunfeng, the elder of the Ji clan, had a solemn expression. He said, "There's no need to hide anymore. Take out all of our forbidden treasures and force our way forward. We must climb up the sacred mountain and harvest the divine medicine." The Jiang family's elder's face was pale. He glared at Yi Fan and said while holding the box in his hand, "This forbidden artifact can let my divine power spring flow 9 times and recover my cultivation instantly. I have 9 chances to attack." Yi Fan was startled after hearing this. He sighed in his heart. This old man could actually use divine abilities. If he had really risked his life just now, he would have died without a doubt. A strange stone the size of a fist appeared in the hand of the Jiang clan's elder. It was completely black, and there were countless patterns carved on it. It had a natural rhythm to it. This is a forbidden treasure personally refined by a supreme elder of the Ji clan. It is imprinted with countless patterns and can temporarily condense the power of the heavens. It will allow me to attack 9 times. Yi Fan was shocked. The clan of the ancients had such a profound foundation that they could use such a treasure to temporarily recover their divine energy in the forbidden area. The elder of the Yaoguang sacred land held a green jade leaf the size of a palm. It was also full of mysterious and complicated patterns. They were very smooth, just like the natural texture of a leaf. In order to come to the forbidden area to harvest the divine medicine, a supreme elder of the Yaoguang sacred land personally refined this treasure. It will allow me to attack 3 times. Jiang Hanzhong did not believe it at all. He sneered and said, "Impossible. The Yaoguang sacred land is not weaker than the clan of the ancients. How could they be so careless and use such a defective forbidden treasure to enter the forbidden area?" The elder of the Ji clan also looked cold. He said, "Brother Su, there's no need to hide now. Although I only have 3 chances to attack, this forbidden treasure contains the divine energy of a supreme elder of the Yaoguang sacred land. It can be used twice." When Jiang Hanzhong and Ji Yunfeng heard this, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. This dark green leaf could be called a precious treasure. The 3 elders gathered together and had a short discussion. Yi Fan listened on the side and understood that the so-called forbidden treasure was a great treasure specially refined for entering the forbidden area. These sacred lands and the clan of the ancients were powerful and had profound foundation. He could not help but ask, "Why don't you prepare more forbidden treasures? What do mortals like you know?" Jiang Hanzhong's expression was not very good. He had the urge to kill. Because of Yi Fan's reckless actions, the bones on the sacred mountain were all climbing down. Su Daoling glanced at him and said, "To refine such a forbidden treasure, the materials needed are unimaginable. It can definitely be refined into a powerful, great treasure. There's no time to waste. Let's go now." The elder of the Ji clan, Ji Yunfeng, urged. Yi Fan was forced to walk at the front. The 3 elders followed closely behind him. Behind them were the cultivators and Li Xiaoman's group. The sacred mountain was lush with vegetation and strange rocks. It could be considered beautiful, but no one would pay attention to these things. In this life and death situation, everyone was sweating profusely. Just when they were halfway up the mountain and still far from the peak, they felt an evil aura. All the wild beasts roared. I'm getting old." A rider shouted in fear. At this moment, many people aged as if they had gone through 10 years of time. Many middle-aged people had white hair on their temples. "If we go any further, we will die," someone shouted. Many people were shaken. "What are you panicking for?" Jiang Hanzhong turned around and shouted, "If we succeed, all of you will have a great fortune." At this moment, Yi Fan's appearance did not change. The 3 elders also did not show any signs of abnormality. The forbidden treasures in their hands emitted a strange aura to protect them. Other than that, Zhou Yi, Lu Yi, Wang Ziwen, and Li Xiaoman who were at the back also did not show any changes. Why are they not affected? Jiang Hanzhong's eyes were filled with surprise. Yi Fan immediately thought of many things. That day when they appeared at the peak of the sacred mountain, nothing terrible happened. It was only when they walked out of the forbidden area that many people began to age. Could it be related to the 9 dragons pulling the coffin? Below, Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and the others were also discussing in low voices. It's most likely related to the 9 dragon corpses and the ancient bronze coffin. Perhaps in the process of crossing the star field, our bodies were contaminated with their aura. The evil in the abyss can't do anything to the bronze coffin. Didn't we see with our own eyes a creature bound by iron chains roaring angrily in the middle of the night? The youngest rider in the group could not bear the loss of his youth. He shouted in fear, "Elder, we can't go any further, useless thing, what's the use of keeping you?" Jiang Hanzhong held the spear in one hand and pierced through him. Blood splattered everywhere as he was flung dozens of meters away and fell heavily to the ground. The others kept quiet out of fear, not daring to say anything. Through the luxuriant vegetation, they could already vaguely see the peak of the mountain. And it was also at this time that the skeletons on the mountain arrived in front of them and were about to collide with them. "Elder, quickly use the forbidden weapon, or else we won't be able to hold on." At this moment, everyone had aged a few years again. Some of the savage beasts were already weak. The mountain was covered in snow and countless skeletons. All the skeletons were crawling, making people's scalps go numb. A demonic aura blew down along with the mountain wind, causing many people to let out miserable screams. Something horrifying happened. Many of the riders' flesh and blood began to wither. Many of them aged 20 years in an instant. There was now a group of white-haired old people at the scene. "I'll make the first move." Ji Yunfeng took out the strange black stone and held it in his palm. In an instant, black light spread out. Boom! An extremely powerful and terrifying fluctuation spread out from Ji Yunfeng's body. It was as vast and unfathomable as the ocean, rolling out in all directions. This was his true strength. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The Ji clan's elder was too powerful. He felt that he was like a duckweed while the other party was like a vast ocean. There was no way to compare them. Is this his true strength? If they met under normal circumstances, Yi Fan would undoubtedly die. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. The difference in strength was too great. A casual attack from the other party was enough to turn him into dust. A heaven luo umbrella rushed out from Ji Yunfeng's body, stirring up gusts of violent wind. The trees and rocks were shaken into ashes. The densely packed white bones in front of him were also turned into dust in an instant. "Quickly charge up!" Ji Yunfeng shouted. He rushed to the front. The heaven luo umbrella shook violently, opening up 100 meters of pure land. All the white bones were crushed and blown far away by the astral wind. With a flash of light, the heaven luo umbrella flew back. Ji Yunfeng's body trembled. His divine power source had dried up. The strange black stone in his hand had an additional crack, indicating that he had already used up one chance. He could still attack 8 more times. "Hurry up!" Jiang Hanzhong and Su Daoling both shouted. Time was too tight. They had to seize the opportunity and advance quickly. Suddenly, a shout came from behind. Li Xiaoman, Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and Lin Jia took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and quickly rushed down the mountain. Several white-haired knights were no longer agile and could not stop them. "Yi Fan!" Lu Yi and Zhang Xiling shouted towards the top of the mountain. "Hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me." Yi Fan saw the two hesitating and bellowed down. Zhang Xiling clenched his teeth and suddenly turned around. He pulled Lu Yi's hand and left without looking back. Several white-haired knights hurled their spears, which almost pierced through the two of them. The spears brushed past them and stuck into the ground, trembling. "I'll chase after them." Some knights were about to ride their beasts down the mountain. Jiang Hanzhong shouted, "Don't pay attention to them. Hurry up and rush up the mountain." We can't waste this opportunity created by using the divine power source. At this point, his eyes emitted two sharp rays of light. He stared at Yifan and said, "You better behave yourself. If you dare to try to escape, I'll turn you into ashes immediately." At this moment, Li Xiaoman was at the forefront, closely followed by Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and Lin Jia. The four of them disappeared in the blink of an eye. Soon after, Zhang Xiling and Lu Yi also disappeared into the forest, disappearing without a trace. They grasped this rare opportunity. It was impossible for the people on the mountain to pursue them at this critical moment. The six of them finally broke free from the control and escaped down the mountain. Ji family's elder Ji Yunfeng sneered, "It's not that easy to survive. The moment you walk out of the forbidden zone, almost everyone will die of old age and turn into ashes." White bones were everywhere on the mountain. Countless skeletons struggled to climb down the mountain. This time, it was Jiang Hanzhong's turn. He held the brocade box in his palm and a terrifying aura instantly filled the air. The energy fluctuation he emitted was extremely frightening. It was as if a million mountains were pressing down at the same time, causing people's hearts to tremble. Yifan felt a chill from head to toe. To him, existences of this level were like gods in the clouds. They were difficult to fathom and simply couldn't be measured. Just like this, Jiang Hanzhong, Ji Yunfeng, and Su Daoling took turns to attack. Finally, they approached the peak of the sacred mountain. They were less than 200 meters away from the summit. At this time, miserable screams came from behind. People fell down one after another. After approaching the summit, many knights' life force rapidly disappeared. Many of them died of old age. This won't do. We can't hold on any longer. At this moment, although Jiang Hanzhong, Ji Yunfeng, and Su Daoling had the forbidden weapons in their hands, their appearances had already aged a lot. Their bodies were a little crooked. If this continues, we will die for sure. We won't be able to approach the summit. Retreat, all of you retreat. Su Daoling shouted, making those knights retreat. The original plan couldn't be carried out anymore. The people they brought with them couldn't be of any use at all. Jiang Hanzhong stared coldly at Yifan. He held the brocade box in his hand, and his whole body shone with divine light. A vast ocean-like power surged out and imprisoned Yifan in an instant. Afterward, he took out a sealed jade bottle and broke the restriction on the spot. A black light instantly entered Yifan's body. "Puppet brand?" Ji Yunfeng asked. "That's right. I'm not at ease with this brat. If he destroys the divine medicine after reaching the summit, or if he swallows it himself regardless of everything, wouldn't all our efforts be in vain?" Jiang Hanzhong patted Yifan and said, "Let's go." Then, he turned to the other two and said, "Now, we will cooperate with him with all our strength and send him to the summit. We must pick the divine medicine." "Okay." Su Daoling nodded. Ji Yunfeng said, "We can still attack 9 times in total. We can take the risk of being annihilated and advance another 100 meters. We should be able to sweep away all the dried bones and send him to the summit." The closer they got to the summit, the denser the demonic aura became. Even though the white bones had been cleared, the 3 elders were still aging rapidly. Even Yifan couldn't resist it and turned from a teenager to a young man. At this moment, several hundred ancient characters were vibrating in Yifan's heart. They reverberated like a great bell, shattering the black light that rushed into his mind and thoroughly expelling it. The puppet brand didn't have any effect on him at all. Yifan was drenched in cold sweat. He was almost crippled at the last moment. The Jiang family's elders were too sinister. There were no signs at all. At that time, he didn't have the slightest ability to resist at all. Now, he pretended to be controlled and listened to the 3 people's words. He walked with large strides toward the summit. "Take this with you." Su Daoling tossed over a pristine jade bottle and said, "This bottle can hold a large mountain and has its own space inside. After picking the divine medicine, use it to collect the divine spring." When they were still several dozen meters away from the summit, the 3 elders cleared away all the dried bones and stopped. they didn't dare to take another step forward. At this point, they were in danger of being annihilated at any time and had long since aged beyond recognition. Yi Fan could feel his life slipping away. By the time he reached the top of the mountain, his hair was as white as snow, and he looked incredibly old. At this moment, his expression stiffened. There was a peerless beauty standing quietly on the sacred mountain. At this moment, she suddenly turned around and looked at him. Chapter 108. The woman had bright eyes, white teeth, and a slender neck. She looked like a lotus out of the water. She stood on the cliff, and if she took another step, she would fall into the endless abyss. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind, making her look like an otherworldly fairy who would ride the wind. Yi Fan could not find a single flaw on her. The woman was so beautiful that she did not look like a real person at all. She gave off a dreamy feeling. She had the wisdom of heaven and earth, transcending the vulgarity of the mortal world. Her skin was like ice, and her bones were like jade. She was almost perfect. Among all the women he had seen, only one could compare to her in terms of appearance. That was the perfect woman he met in front of the tomb of the Monster King. How can there be such a beautiful woman in such a dangerous place? Yi Fan was alarmed and took a few steps back. He had the sacred body of the ancients, and his body had aged. However, the woman in front of him did not change at all. She was not affected by the forbidden ancient place at all. It was hard to imagine where she came from. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and pick the medicine. Jiang Hanzhong shouted from below. The three people below could see Yi Fan at the edge of the mountain, but they could not see the woman who was close to the cliff. On the cliff, a demonic aura was surging. The woman, who looked like she had walked out of a painting, walked gracefully toward Yi Fan. Oh no! Yi Fan felt his body aging a little faster. A mysterious aura hit him in the face, and he quickly retreated down the mountain. The woman was not simple. To be exact, she was terrifying. She had the unique power of the ancient abyss, which made it difficult for Yi Fan to bear. If it were not for the golden sea of bitterness that had not dried up, he would have died of old age and turned into ashes. She can't be the legendary Desolation, right? Yi Fan was shocked. He had long heard that there was an unknown thing under the ancient abyss. He did not know whether it was a creature or some kind of power, but it was called Desolation. Thinking of this, Yi Fan quickly retreated down the mountain. He wanted to leave this peerless beauty for Jiang Hanzhong and the others to deal with. Why did you come back? Jiang Hanzhong shouted. Not good. Why is there another girl? Ji Yunfeng's expression abruptly changed. He saw the white-clothed woman first, and he immediately felt his life flow away a little faster. That is. Su Daoling, the elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land, seemed to have found something incredible. He showed an extremely shocked expression and took a few steps back. His face was extremely pale and full of fear. Seeing him like this, Jiang Hanzhong and Ji Yunfeng were shocked. They quickly retreated with him and asked, "What's wrong? What's the background of that woman? It's unbelievable, too unbelievable." Su Daoling, the elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land, said with a pale face, "I've seen her portrait before." Ji Yunfeng whispered, "Is her portrait very special? I've never seen such a beautiful woman before. That portrait is an antique from 6,000 years ago." When Jiang Hanzhong and Ji Yunfeng heard this, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. A person from 6,000 years ago was really shocking. Even in their powerful clans, there didn't seem to be anyone who had lived for so long. She's not a living person, Su Daoling said with a pale face. What? Ji Yunfeng and Jiang Hanzhong's expressions changed as they instantly thought of something. 6,000 years ago, she was known as the first saintess of the Eastern Barren Territory. She was flawless and flawless. In ancient history, several famous figures in the Eastern Barren Territory used to follow her. When Su Daoling said this, Ji Yunfeng and Jiang Hanzhong gradually guessed the identity of the woman on the mountain peak. They said at the same time in a trembling voice, 6,000 years ago, that extremely prosperous celestial sect was destroyed here. Which sect was she from? Yes, she was the heavenly jade saintess from 6,000 years ago. When Su Dowling said this, he felt a headache coming on. He had never thought that he would meet a figure from ancient history. In the past, the Holy Land that was destroyed here was called Heavenly Jade. Just like the Yaoguang Holy Land, it was named after one of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. In our Yaoguang Holy Land, an important figure once felt sad for her. He left her portrait in our ancient vault. Yi Fan's divine spring of life hadn't dried up yet, so his spiritual senses were still sharp. He heard their words clearly and was extremely shocked. This perfect woman was the former first saintess of the Eastern Barren Territory. She came from that destroyed celestial sect and was from the same sect as Crazy Ole. Crazy Ole was in a daze. He had once gazed at the forbidden ancient barren territory for an entire night. If he saw the undying body of the saintess, who knew what he would think? She died 6,000 years ago. Now that she has appeared again, there is only one possibility. She might have become a desolate slave, Jiang Hanzhong said. In the distant past, several peerless figures entered the forbidden ancient barren territory in their later years and ventured into the endless abyss alone. In the end, they all became desolate slaves. Only peerless figures can become desolate slaves. Although she died 6,000 years ago, I'm afraid she is still very terrifying. Ji Yunfeng said in a low voice, "What should we do? Are we going to retreat? I feel that the flame of life will be extinguished at any moment. She has an extremely dense desolate aura. I'm afraid we can't leave anymore." Su Dowling broke out in a cold sweat. That peerless beauty was like a ghost. She floated down silently, passing by Yi Fan and flying towards the 3 of them. Yi Fan groaned inwardly. He felt that they might die here. Now that he thought about it, the first time he appeared on the holy mountain, it could be said that everything had been smooth sailing. There had been no danger, and he had easily picked the holy herb. I understand now. Everything happened because the 9 dragon corpses and the ancient bronze coffin fell from the sky. They intimidated the desolate slaves in the endless abyss, so they did not dare to appear. Let's do it. At this moment, Jiang Hanzhong made his move. He held the brocade box in his hand, and his body shone brightly. A purple bronze mirror rushed out of his body. The back of the mirror was engraved with the 8 trigrams, and the front of the mirror was like a full moon, shining with dazzling light. A huge beam of light as thick as a house shot towards the heavenly jade saintess. The entire peak of the holy mountain shook. The beam of light was like the Milky Way falling from the 9 heavens. It made people feel endless pressure. Yi Fan was shocked. Jiang Hanzhong's power was as deep as the sea, and he could not see the end. It was something that a life spring realm cultivator like him could not imagine. If such a terrifying beam of light hit him, he would instantly turn into ashes. This should be beyond the Nirvana realm. He knew that the human body had other secret realms besides the sea of reincarnation. Chi! Something shocking happened. The beam of light that could make the sun, moon, and stars lose their color turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared in front of the heavenly jade saintess. It did not hurt her at all. Clang! A metallic sound was heard. The 8 trigrams mirror fell to the ground. Jiang Hanzhong's face was pale, and he was on the verge of collapsing. His divine power source had dried up again. Hua! Ji Yunfeng made his move. He held the strange black stone in his hand, and a Tianluo umbrella rushed out of his body. It covered the sky and the sun, and surged toward the saintess. The astral wind blew, and the sun and moon lost their light. Bang! The saintess gently pointed her finger, and the huge umbrella in the sky was pierced on the spot. Its brilliance dimmed, and it fell to the ground. Ji Yunfeng's face was pale without a trace of blood. His aged body was hunched over as he staggered backward and sat on the ground. Brother Su, quickly use your forbidden weapon. Isn't it sealed with the divine power of the Supreme Elder of the Yaoguang Holy Land? It can be used twice, so it should be enough to fight against her, Ji Yunfeng urged anxiously. A palm-sized green leaf appeared in Su Dowling's hand. It looked like a green jade, and it shone with a sparkling luster. It was densely covered with Tao patterns. He held it with both hands, and suddenly, there was endless dazzling divine light that turned into a sky full of green light. In an instant, the entire mountain peak was submerged, including the saintess. This terrifying energy was incomparably vast. It was as if the stars in the sky had turned into green light and fell down, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. This lasted for a full 15 minutes before the green light gradually dissipated. Not far away, Yi Fan gasped. The saintess did not move a single step. She quietly stood in front of them, and even her white dress did not flutter. She was so terrifying that it was almost demonic. The three elders were deathly pale as they exchanged a glance. Then, without prior agreement, they gripped their forbidden items and attacked at the same time, unleashing their most powerful divine abilities. Boundless light filled the air, and divine power flooded the area, completely submerging the heavenly jade holy maiden. However, after the divine abilities were used and the brilliance faded, the saintess was still standing there unscathed. She was not affected in the slightest. Crack. The forbidden weapons in Ji Yunfeng's and Su Dowling's hands were almost broken and could no longer be used. Their faces were gray, and wrinkles piled up. They had aged dozens of years in an instant, and their vitality had almost dried up. Jiang Hanzhong was also extremely old. The brocade box in his hand had 9 cracks. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "I can only use this." The brocade box shattered, and an ancient pagoda appeared in his hand. It was only the size of a palm, and it looked dull and ordinary. However, in just a moment, a terrifying aura shook the area. It was many times more violent than all the energy fluctuations from before. It was like a world of its own, not a small pagoda. It seemed to be able to contain everything, including the mountains and rivers. This is... Su Dowling's murky eyes flickered with a strange light. He said in a trembling voice, "I heard that the Jiang clan has been trying to replicate the Eastern Wasteland's treasure, the ancient desolate tower. Did you succeed?" "How could we succeed? The ancient desolate tower is unique. It coexists with the world and cannot be replicated. This is just one of the few defective replicas." Jiang Hanzhong did not do anything. The replica of the ancient desolate tower soared into the sky on its own. It quickly enlarged and pressed down on the heavenly jade holy girl. This. Ji Yunfeng inhaled sharply and said, "Even a replica is so horrifying. It was not sealed in the ancient desolate forbidden land. The true ancient desolate tower is unimaginable." Jiang Hanzhong shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, it only has one attack. Hopefully, it can suppress her temporarily and buy us some time." The replica of the ancient desolate tower pressed down in the blink of an eye. The world trembled. The body of the tower was simple and natural, and the Tao flowed around it, condensing the power of the world. The heavenly jade holy girl quickly retreated, not daring to face it head-on. However, the ancient tower followed her like a shadow and suppressed her. Rumble. There was a loud sound, and the sacred mountain trembled. The replica of the ancient desolate tower quickly shrank to the size of a palm and fell to the ground. "Good!" Su Dowling shouted, "The ancient desolate tower truly lives up to its reputation. Even a replica of the ancient desolate tower has such a horrifying might. In the Forbidden Land, it can suppress its enemies without being restricted." Yi Fan's heart trembled. The accumulations of these ancient desolate noble clans were too deep. They even managed to create a replica of the ancient desolate tower, suppressing a horrifying desolate slave like the heavenly jade holy girl. This shocked him greatly. "Quick, let's leave this place quickly. The ancient desolate tower can only hold her for one attack. It can only suppress her for a moment. Soon, it will collapse on its own," Jiang Hanzhong shouted anxiously. "It really is a replica." Ji Yunfeng felt like cold water had been poured on him. "What are you standing there for? Quickly go and pick the divine herb." After that, come down the mountain and meet up with us," Su Dowling shouted at Yi Fan. "Damn it. Do you really think you can control me? You." The three elders' expressions changed. They had not expected the puppet imprint to be ineffective. Boom! Just at this moment, the replica ancient desolate tower suddenly collapsed. The heavenly jade holy girl appeared dispirited and listless. "It's over." Jiang Hanzhong smiled bitterly. In that instant, his body withered and turned to dust. Following that, Ji Yunfeng and Su Dowling turned to dust as well. It was like they had experienced tens of thousands of years. At the same time, at the foot of the holy mountain, the old knights and the weak savage beasts all withered and turned into white bones. Yi Fan's mind trembled. His body aged rapidly. The golden sea of bitterness surged into the sky. The divine spring gurgled, releasing a steady stream of life force, preventing him from dying. Is the ancient desolate forbidden land going to be my burial ground? Yi Fan felt extremely weak. He quickly rushed up the holy mountain. Right now, only the sage herb and the divine spring could save him. Just as he rushed up the mountain peak, he found the heavenly jade holy girl blocking his way. Her white clothes fluttered, and her eyes were like water. She looked ethereal and intelligent, as if she was alive. So the ancient desolate forbidden land is this terrifying. We were just lucky to survive the last time. Yi Fan wanted to take out his cauldron, but he found that he did not have enough divine power. In the end, he gritted his teeth and took out the golden book. With a flash of golden light, it slashed at the heavenly jade holy girl. Clang! The heavenly jade holy girl gently flicked her finger, and the golden book immediately fell to the ground. She was deeply attracted by the golden paper, and she grabbed it. Then, the heavenly jade holy girl silently approached Yi Fan, exuding a cold aura. She stretched out a slender hand and reached for Yi Fan's sea of bitterness. "You." Yi Fan retreated, but he couldn't dodge at all. That jade-like, flawless hand entered his body in an instant. Yi Fan rapidly aged, and in the blink of an eye, he was all skin and bones. He was almost a skeleton. But at that moment, the heavenly jade holy girl let out an extremely painful scream. The green copper piece in Yi Fan's sea of bitterness trembled slightly, and she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. The golden book fell to the ground, and she was sent flying, falling into the depths of the ancient desolate abyss. The replica of the ancient desolate tower cannot suppress you, but my green copper piece is comparable to the real ancient desolate tower. If you want to touch it. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. His life force was almost exhausted, and his body was shriveled. His wounds were not bleeding, and he was about to die. But he persisted, and he staggered forward. In a trance, he smelled a fragrance that refreshed the heart and refreshed the mind. There were a few strange small trees growing in front of him. He seemed to see a bubbling spring, and then he fell into it with a plop. Chapter 109. In the deepest part of the Forbidden Zone, the 9 sacred mountains were connected together, forming a huge abyss. It was pitch black, and it was hard to see the end of it. At this moment, there was a majestic sacred mountain in the middle. It was quiet, and the vegetation was lush and verdant. In the center of the flat mountain peak, there was a 2-meter square spring. The water was flowing, and sparkling lights were overflowing. It seemed to be formed by the condensation of divine liquid. There was a person lying in this very small spring, but he looked like a withered corpse. His flesh and blood were shriveled, and his skin was dark and gloomy. It was almost cracked and stuck tightly to his bones. "I'm not dead." Yi Fan woke up the moment he fell into the spring. The spring water was rich with life essence, which prevented his body from aging. His life force was almost dried up, and his internal organs were shriveled. His flesh and blood seemed to have been dried up for hundreds of years. At this moment, he was soaking in the spring water and began to absorb the life essence rapidly. It was like a desert that had been suffering from a drought for a long time. Yi Fan lay on his back in the 2-meter-wide pond. He felt that his throat was dry, and his lips were so dry that only a layer of skin remained. He turned his head with difficulty, opened his mouth, and began to drink to his heart's content. The spring water was sweet and fragrant. It moisturized Yi Fan's dry lips and throat. It was like a nectar, leaving an endless aftertaste. His body gradually gained more strength. Yi Fan gulped down the spring water. His dried-up life force gradually regained a trace of vitality. His flesh and blood were slowly recovering, and his withered internal organs were slowly being nourished by the life essence. He knew he was finally out of danger. He was alive. Now that he was in the spring, the demonic energy in the forbidden zone could no longer make him age. After a quarter of an hour, he didn't know how much spring water he drank. His stomach was completely filled, and he couldn't swallow anymore. Yi Fan lay on his back in the spring, not wanting to move anymore. He looked at the dark blue sky and let out a sigh of relief. After surviving a calamity, his life force was slowly recovering, making him feel as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He lay there for a full hour, feeling the vitality in his body gradually getting stronger. Only then did he move his thin and weak arms. His shriveled flesh and blood bulged a little, his vitality was constantly recovering, and his heartbeat was getting stronger and stronger. Only now did his 5 senses slowly recover. His body felt very comfortable. After being soaked in the spring water, a large amount of life essence was flowing into his limbs and bones through his pores. It's great to be alive. Yi Fan's face revealed a satisfied expression. Not long ago, the flame of his life was extinguished. He thought that it would be difficult for him to escape this calamity and that he would most likely perish here. People will never be satisfied when they are comfortable and successful. Only when they are at the end of their tether and experience endless despair will they understand that living a simple and ordinary life is a kind of happiness. Yi Fan lay there and looked up at the sky. His face was full of smiles as he waited for his body to recover its vitality. His blood, flesh, and organs were being nourished. His pulse was getting stronger and stronger, and his skin was gradually smoothing out. There was some luster to it. Yi Fan finally had a strong power and was no longer exhausted. He slowly sat up. At this moment, his 5 senses were completely awakened, and he immediately sensed a rich fragrance, which made him feel refreshed. There were 11 small trees around the 2-meter square spring. They were all half a meter tall and flickered with green light. It was as if they were carved out of jadeite. They were dazzling and sparkling. They were shaped like pine trees. The needle-like leaves were as if they were carved out of the divine essence of green jade. They flickered with splendor. Yi Fan was no longer the ordinary person of the past. After achieving success in cultivation, his spiritual sense was incomparably sharp. He could naturally see many things that he couldn't in the past. Although the 11 small trees were very short, their branches were all covered with old bark. They were vigorous and powerful. They stretched out in a winding manner like horned dragons. They seemed to have grown for hundreds of thousands of years and existed for countless years. They actually gave people an extremely ancient and strange feeling. They didn't seem like plants, but living fossils. There was a dazzling golden fruit at the top of each small tree. It was as big as a longan fruit and was sparkling and translucent. It seemed as if it was cast out of gold. It was truly extraordinary. The jade-like green trees produced such golden fruits. The two shone brilliantly and looked very dazzling. The fragrance permeated the air, intoxicating people. Yi Fan went through so much trouble to enter the forbidden grounds of the ancient desolate land just for this divine medicine. He was very excited. Looking at the 11 golden fruits that grew from the 11 small trees, he felt that everything was worth it. The Holy Lands and ancient desolate clans had planned this for a long time. They had sent out experts twice and expended a great deal of effort to refine forbidden artifacts. They had even brought in a replica of the ancient desolate tower. However, in the end, they had all been destroyed. All the experts had died, and the major powers had gained nothing. Now, Yi Fan was sitting in the spring. The holy medicine was right in front of him. How could he not be satisfied and excited? Splash! Yi Fan walked in the spring and arrived at the shore in 2 steps. He plucked a golden fruit on the spot. The rich fragrance of the fruit entered his internal organs and immediately made him feel refreshed. It was as if his soul was about to leave his body. It really is a divine medicine. I wonder why it can only grow in this evil ancient desolate abyss. Yifan placed the golden fruit in his mouth and chewed it gently. The sweet taste and fragrance turned into something tangible. It made all the pores on his body open up. He felt relaxed as if he was bathing in the spring wind. The golden fruit the size of a dragon's eye could not be eaten in one bite. After it was crushed, it turned into a nectar and slid down his throat. Yifan felt as if he was about to ascend. He felt as if he had left the ground and was floating in the air. Now that he was a cultivator, he could no longer eat it like a regular fruit. He quickly sat down and leaned against the small tree. He began to circulate the mysterious technique recorded in the Tao scripture. However, he was too weak. His body was deteriorating and he almost died of old age. Although he had recovered a lot of energy after drinking the spring, his hair was still white like snow. Wrinkles were piled up, and his flesh was shriveled. After the strange golden energy entered his body, it did not return to the sea of bitterness nor did it enter the spring. It directly rushed into his limbs and bones and nourished his aging body. His flesh and blood gradually grew sparkling and translucent. After the mysterious technique recorded in the Tao scripture was circulated, it only served to speed up the process of digesting the divine medicine. After a quarter of an hour, Yifan's flesh and blood quickly swelled up. He was no longer shriveled and became more and more rosy. His snow-like hair also gradually turned black. He stretched out his hand and plucked the second golden divine fruit. He placed it in his mouth and chewed it gently. The sweet fruit juice turned into golden energy and quickly rushed to every part of his body. His skin flickered with a golden luster and specks of divine radiance rippled out. After a quarter of an hour, Yifan felt full of energy. His flesh and blood were full of energy. He once again glowed with exuberant vitality and his skin was elastic. After eating the two divine fruits, he completely changed his old appearance and became a middle-aged man in his 30s. Yifan stood up. His every movement was vigorous and vigorous. He no longer had the feeling of decline. He was quickly recovering his youth. At this moment, he seemed to have thought of something. His expression suddenly changed and he rushed to a place not far away. 100 meters away, the golden book was glowing and lying quietly in the grass. It was not taken down by the heavenly jade holy maiden. Yifan hurriedly picked it up and put it back into the sea of bitterness. How lucky! After putting away the Tao scripture, Yifan walked back. He could not help but look around. The sacred mountain was quiet. There were no white skeletons here. It was very peaceful. He looked into the distance and suddenly felt his scalp go numb. The other 8 sacred mountains were densely packed with white skeletons climbing up from the bottomless abyss. How can this be? Only this place is silent. Yifan thought quickly. He immediately thought of the green copper block. It sent the heavenly jade holy maiden flying. She has not shown herself. Could it be that the green copper block has a powerful deterrent power? He was shocked. He did not know if that was the case. The ancient desolate tower can suppress immortals to death. The green copper block is also a treasure. Perhaps it has such a deterrent power. The green copper block was silent. It sank into the spring in the sea of bitterness like a boulder, unshakable. He could not control it at all, much less use it against an enemy. Not long ago, the heavenly jade holy maiden had entered his sea of bitterness and touched the green copper block. That was why she had been severely injured. The mysterious green copper block could not be violated and could not be controlled. This made Yifan both hopeful and helpless. That is, Yifan's expression froze. He had discovered a person with flesh and blood on the neighboring sacred mountain. It was very far away, so he could not see it clearly. However, he was sure that it was not a white skeleton. On the peak of the mountain, there was a huge iron sword that was more than 10 meters long. It was stuck straight into the mountain. That man stood quietly on the hilt of the sword, his black cloak fluttering in the wind. Desolate slave. Yi Fan immediately made such a judgment. A true body of flesh and blood could not exist here for long. It had to be in existence like the heavenly jade holy maiden. There's more. When Yi Fan looked carefully, he saw a figure on another holy mountain. It was also made of flesh and blood, and it stood on the mountain peak. A silver bell the size of a house shone brightly as it floated above its head. Yi Fan's expression turned grave as he saw a third person. This person stood on the cliff of another sacred mountain. The surrounding white bones climbed around him. There was an ancient pagoda above his head. It had 9 floors and was more than 10 meters tall. It seemed like it could suppress a part of the world. The fourth person. At this moment, he saw a fourth desolate slave. That person stood with his hands behind his back. His purple clothes fluttered in the wind. There was a large square seal above his head. It exuded an ancient aura and was majestic. What's going on? Yi Fan was extremely shocked. He could clearly see figures on all the sacred mountains. Bells, pagodas, seals, and other weapons were the hardest to refine. Under normal circumstances, those who used them as weapons were extraordinary people. Furthermore, those who managed to cultivate them to the end would definitely have unimaginable accomplishments. Legend has it that only a peerless expert can become a desolate slave. Those who used bells, pagodas, and seals as weapons were mostly world-shaking people in the past. Perhaps I can find records of them in ancient history. Yi Fan quickly walked back to the spring. He wanted to completely recover his vitality, so he plucked 2 golden fruits. The golden energy flowed into his flesh, internal organs, and bones. Xiao Chen's body released a resplendent light. Golden energy flowed out of his body, making it look like it was carved from divine jade. A flourishing aura of life spread out. His body completely recovered and flickered with a precious light. At this moment, Yi Fan became a teenager again. He felt a powerful divine force. His life essence was boiling and surging like ocean waves. His internal organs were clear and flawless, and his bones were even more dazzling and full of divine splendor. Moreover, his skin was overflowing with color and was incomparably dazzling. He didn't seem like a body of flesh and blood at all, but rather like a god that was piously worshipped by the people of the world. Chapter 110. After eating a total of 4 golden holy fruits, Yi Fan felt that he had recovered to his peak condition. His body was flawless, like a crystal-clear divine weapon. Divine power surged in his every move, and he felt that his body had become a lot stronger. The power of desolation in the endless abyss is indeed terrifying. Even the sacred grounds and the families of the clan of the ancients could do nothing about it. In this world, only the holy fruit can dispel it. No wonder it has been famous in the Eastern Barren Territory since ancient times. It really is a divine medicine. When entering the forbidden area of the Barren Age, a white skeleton was enough to kill more than a dozen powerful knights. One could imagine how terrifying the power of desolation was. Yi Fan was attacked by an even more terrifying desolate slave, and the aura of desolation on his body became even stronger. If it were not for his sacred body of the ancients and the divine medicine, he would have died without a doubt. There are many antidotes beside the nest of poisonous insects. This saying does make sense. The forbidden area of life was very mysterious and evil, but there were 9 kinds of divine medicine growing in such a dangerous place, which was quite astonishing. I've completely recovered my youth. It's time for me to improve my strength. Yi Fan was very excited. He needed powerful divine medicine to help him make another breakthrough. However, when he saw his reflection in the spring, he was shocked. He seemed to have shrunk a little, becoming a teenager around 13 years old. His handsome face in the water had a hint of innocence and tenderness. Yi Fan immediately moaned helplessly and said, "Greetings to your ancestors. If I eat another golden holy fruit, won't I turn into a white and tender baby?" After thinking about this terrifying consequence, he felt his hair stand on end. If he turned into a baby in the endless abyss, it would be really funny. Damn you. Yi Fan thought for a long time but could not come up with any solution. He suddenly felt a headache coming on. There were a total of 11 small trees beside the spring, and at the moment, there were 7 golden holy fruits. They were crystal clear and sparkling, and their fragrance was intoxicating. Got it. Suddenly, he remembered the records in the Taoist scripture. In a few words, it simply mentioned an ancient method to suppress oneself with an implement to achieve eternity. I'll suppress myself with my cauldron and take the divine medicine. That should be fine. However, he did not dare to take the risk here. If something went wrong, he would die without a burial place. Yi Fan took out a few jade boxes from his pocket and carefully placed the golden sacred fruits inside. He felt like he was holding 7 divine treasures in his hands, so he carefully put them away. Those were the divine herbs needed to cultivate the sacred body of the ancients, and he could not afford to lose them. I finally got it. He let out a long sigh of relief. He had narrowly escaped death, but he had finally succeeded. Thinking that the Jiang family, the Ji family, and the Yaoguang Holy Land were all annihilated, and even the practitioners who had surpassed the Nirvana realm were not spared, he felt that it was too difficult to pick the divine medicine, which suddenly gave him a sense of accomplishment. Yi Fan stood up and looked at the other 7 sacred mountains. He mumbled to himself, there are still 7 divine herbs. He really wanted to get his hands on all of them. In that case, there would be no more obstacles in cultivating the sacred body of the ancients in the future. It was very likely that he would reach the top. However, it seemed that it would be difficult to achieve his wish now. Every sacred mountain was guarded by desolate slaves. They had bodies of flesh and blood, and each of them was comparable to the Tianxian Saintess, or even more terrifying. Yi Fan did not think that the green copper block would protect him on its own. Lucky things would not happen a second time. If those desolate slaves attacked him directly, there would be no suspense at all. I really want to know what the other divine medicines look like, Yi Fan muttered to himself. Every single sacred mountain had a type of divine medicine. This left him extremely confused. Were they planted by humans? He could clearly sense that those small trees had existed for countless years. In the distant past, what kind of place was this exactly? What happened in the past? Yi Fan felt that this place was most likely a pure land in the primordial age. Otherwise, how could there be a divine spring and sacred trees? Something terrible must have happened later, which made it a forbidden zone for life. Then, he thought of the crazy old man's words and said, that crazy old man said that it was coming again. What did he mean? Yi Fan looked at a sacred mountain in the distance. There were the most white skeletons there, far more than the other peaks. White skeletons constantly climbed up from the abyss, forming a small mountain of bones on the mountain. The bronze coffin is covered by the white skeletons. What's going on? How did the ancient coffin return to the sacred mountain? Was it done by those desolate slaves? Are they afraid and don't want it to stay in the abyss? Yi Fan was full of questions. This place was not suitable for him to stay for long. He did not want to delay any longer. He walked to a nearby place and picked up a jade bottle. It was only the size of a palm and was completely white. It seemed to be carved out of fine jade. This was a treasure from the Yaoguang Holy Land. Su Dowling had given it to him. There was a space inside that could contain a large mountain. At the moment, the jade bottle was much dimmer. Its divine glow was restrained, and the patterns on it were extremely blurry. They were about to disappear. Could this treasure have been destroyed by the demonic power of the desolate ancient forbidden land? Yi Fan came to the side of the spring with the jade bottle in his hand and started to collect the divine spring water. Gudong. Gudong. The milky white jade bottle did not fill up very quickly. Yi Fan estimated that he had already collected 7 to 8 caddies of water. This made him very happy. Although it was not as precious as the holy medicine, the spring water here was still known as the divine spring. There must be something special about it. Damn it, didn't you say that it could contain a mountain? Why is it full now? He estimated that the jade bottle was full after he had collected a few dozen caddies of water. He could only collect this much divine spring water and could not continue. Yi Fan stood up and arrived in front of the 11 small trees. He plucked a needle-shaped leaf and placed it in his mouth to chew. He felt a powerful spiritual energy. If it was a greedy person, they would most likely uproot these holy trees. Yi Fan did not want to waste natural resources. This kind of divine tree could only live on the divine spring water. He did not want to destroy it. Maybe he would come back to collect the holy medicine in the future. He only broke a few slender branches and inserted them into the jade bottle. Then, he walked down the mountain in big strides. Not far from the mountain peak, Yi Fan saw a purple bronze mirror. It was the weapon of Jiang Hanzhong, the elder of the Jiang family. It was dim and laid among the rocks. A weapon refined by a cultivator who surpassed the Nirvana realm must be extraordinary. Not long ago, he had seen the terrifying power of the purple bronze mirror. It made the sun and the moon dim and the heaven and earth lose their color. It shot out a bright light and shook the vast divine power. Yi Fan picked up the purple bronze mirror and said, just like the jade bottle, the divine glow is restrained, and the Tao pattern is gone. I wonder if it can recover after leaving the desolate ancient forbidden land. Not far away, there was a Tianluo umbrella. It was the weapon of Ji Yunfeng, the elder of the Ji family. It was pierced by Tianxian Saintus and was a little damaged, but Yi Fan still put it away. After searching for a while, he found nothing else. Yi Fan rushed down the mountain quickly. He did not want to stop. He did not want the youth that he had just recovered to become old again. I can't go back the way I came. The Jiang family, the Ji family, and the Yaoguang Holy Land each had a chariot parked outside the Forbidden Land. Jiang Hanzhong and the others had to pay respect to the people in the chariot. It could be imagined how powerful they were. Yi Fan Xiang chose a direction and did not waste any time. He quickly charged out, his speed reaching his limit. If those big shots are willing to use their primordial qi, they can open their celestial eyes and look hundreds of miles away. That is how they found the bronze coffin. I must leave as soon as possible, lest they have a whim and look into the distance. If that happens, there will be no place for me in the Eastern Barren Territory. Not long after, Yi Fan rushed out of the life-forbidden zone. Without any hesitation, he began to gulp down the divine spring. He was afraid that it would be as Jiang Hanzhong said, that there would be terrifying changes after leaving the ancient desolate forbidden zone. Obviously, he was thinking too much. He was already a life spring realm cultivator, and he quickly dissolved the divine medicine on the holy mountain, completing the transformation. At this moment, there would be no other changes. I wonder how Lu Yi, Zhang Xiling, and the others are doing. Yi Fan rushed deep into the mountain, far away from the forbidden land. He knew that there would be a big uproar. The news that all the experts of the Jiang family, the Ji family, and the Yaoguang Holy Land were all killed in the Forbidden Land would definitely spread. At that time, it would definitely be a big shock. I can only hide for now. After a year and a half, when things calm down, I will show myself. He didn't want to take risks, so he decided to open up a cave in this ancient mountain range and live in seclusion. He wanted to increase his cultivation without letting anyone know. In the end, Yi Fan chose a stone mountain and opened up a cave in it. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Yi Fan tried to use the cauldron to suppress himself to achieve eternity. However, there were not many related records in the Tao canon. Just a few words, and he almost killed himself. Greetings to your ancestors. After struggling for a whole month, he finally broke free and put away the cauldron. His face was extremely pale, and he quickly took out the pristine jade bottle and drank a lot of the divine spring water to recover. Just like that, he searched for another 2 months before he finally found the way. The cauldron was simple and natural. It slowly enlarged to a height of 5 meters in the cave, and then it sucked him in and suppressed him inside. According to the ancient method recorded in the Tao canon, Yi Fan imprinted 9 strange ancient characters inside the cauldron. This time, the 9 ancient characters were finally arranged perfectly. It was as if they had the terrifying power to change the heaven and earth. Suddenly, the inside of the cauldron became chaotic and hazy, as if it had arrived at the beginning of the world. These 9 ancient characters. At this moment, a light flashed across Yi Fan's mind. He suddenly thought of a possibility. A long time ago, when he was studying the Tao Canon, he felt that these 9 ancient characters were very special. In the Tao Canon, they were listed as symbols. There was no specific explanation of their meaning, so he naturally couldn't recognize them. There were only a few sentences that simply mentioned an ancient method. According to the Tao Canon, when these 9 ancient characters were imprinted on a tool, it could provide origin power to suppress one's body and achieve eternity. I know. Yi Fan was very excited. These 9 ancient characters reminded him of the ancient scripture he obtained from the bronze coffin. These 9 ancient characters were very similar to the hundreds of ancient characters, as if they were the same type of script. These 9 ancient characters actually have such a great power, and that mysterious ancient scripture was completely recorded with these ancient characters. Not to mention the true value of the ancient scripture, just extracting these hundreds of ancient characters one by one can be called a priceless treasure. At this moment, the 9 ancient characters imprinted inside the cauldron were chaotic and hazy. Time seemed to have stopped, and at this moment, only the rhythm of the Tao was left, as if it had reached eternity. Chapter 111. Nameless, the beginning of heaven and earth. Inside the cauldron, 9 ancient characters were imprinted on the walls of the cauldron, interweaving the Tao and reason between heaven and earth. First, it was like the stars, then it was like the chaos, exhaling and spreading, emerging from nothingness, with thousands of changes, without a fixed pattern. Nameless, the mother of all things. Yi Fan felt as if he had come to the era of the birth of all things. The heaven and earth were fixed, yin and yang coexisted, and the combination of qi gave birth to all things. The heaven and earth changed, growth and decay, prosperity and destruction, it was an endless cycle. What was eternity, what was an instant? At this moment, there was no distinction between them. A strange feeling welled up in Yi Fan's heart. The 9 ancient characters and the cauldron blended together, as if they were opening the heaven and earth, as if they were recreating a new world. At this moment, the cauldron became mysterious and unfathomable, as if it was born from chaos, simple and grand. Although Yi Fan was in the cauldron, he felt as if he had come to the end of the world, standing at the beginning of the river of time. One moment, the sky was filled with stars, the next moment, the sky was desolate. According to the ancient method recorded in the Tao scripture, using the tool to suppress oneself, to achieve an instant of eternity, Yi Fan had finally achieved it, and was ready to use the divine medicine to increase his cultivation. The inside of the cauldron was filled with a mysterious aura, misty, forming a world of its own. Yi Fan opened the jade box, and the shining golden fruit immediately emitted a fragrant fragrance. At this moment, the cauldron had already transformed into eternity. Yi Fan no longer had any scruples. He put a golden fruit into his mouth and gently bit it, and the longan-sized holy fruit immediately turned into a bejeweled nectar. He operated the mysterious method recorded in the Tao scripture, and quickly dissolved the divine medicine. The golden energy immediately flowed to his limbs and bones, and his body instantly glowed, as if it was cast from gold. Yi Fan used the tool to suppress himself, to achieve an instant of eternity. After the divine medicine dissolved, it nourished his body, but he did not turn into a baby. The strange golden energy baptized his body over and over again, making his flesh, internal organs, and bones unbelievably tough. However, what surprised him was that although the mysterious method recorded in the Tao scripture was operating, it could not guide the golden energy into the sea of bitterness. How can this be? Yi Fan's heart was filled with confusion. If he couldn't guide the golden energy, he wouldn't be able to open the sea of bitterness, and he wouldn't be able to increase his cultivation. Time passed slowly, and a strange energy slowly flowed through his body. Every inch of his flesh and blood was being baptized, gradually nourishing his flesh shell. His physique continued to rise, and his body became stronger and stronger. Why doesn't it flow into the sea of bitterness? Yi Fan was puzzled. Suddenly, a strange golden energy began to flow towards the space between his eyebrows. Like a trickle of water, it converged into the space between his eyebrows from all directions. The divine splendor was dazzling, and it actually formed a small golden lake there. This is. At this moment, Yi Fan felt that his spiritual sense had improved significantly. His five senses had become extremely sharp, and the world inside the cauldron seemed to have become lively. In the end, most of the golden energy gathered between his eyebrows, forming a small golden lake there. Only a small portion of the energy seeped into his body. His cultivation did not increase, but his divine sense became extremely powerful. I get it now. The legend is true. Yi Fan seemed to have suddenly thought of something and muttered to himself, there are 9 sacred mountains in the forbidden ancient lands, and there are 9 completely different kinds of divine medicines. It is said that each of the divine medicines has completely different effects. It was obvious that the mysterious energy contained in the golden fruit could not enter the sea of bitterness or the fountain of death, but it could nourish the divine sense and rapidly strengthen one's spiritual force. 3 years ago, Yi Fan was told that the sacred body of the ancients could not be cultivated. However, in the following years, he had been improving by leaps and bounds, and he was no worse than any other celestial seedlings. He had always suspected that the energy contained in the sacred fruit that he had consumed back then had converged into his sea of bitterness and helped him break the curse. Maybe that's really the case. The sacred fruit from 3 years ago had a great effect on opening the sea of bitterness, and the divine medicine today can nourish the divine sense. Legend had it that 9 different kinds of sacred fruits had 9 different effects. The only thing they had in common was that they could regenerate flesh and bones from the dead, nourish the flesh shell, refine the body, and be reborn. The first kind of divine medicine allowed me to successfully embark on the path of cultivation and opened up the sea of bitterness of the sacred body of the ancients. The second kind of divine medicine strengthened my divine sense. What kind of opportunity will it bring me? When everything calmed down, Yi Fan felt full of energy. His divine sense was extremely powerful, and his spiritual sense was abnormally sharp. He put away the tripod and appeared in the cave abode. The feeling was even more obvious. Afterward, he walked out of the cave abode and stood on the cliff to look at the mountains in the distance. He suddenly felt that his field of vision had become extremely wide, and even the scenery that was very far away became very clear. Yi Fan carefully experienced the changes. Everything in the world, including the grass and trees, seemed to come alive all of a sudden. Although this is a very good transformation, what I need the most right now is to open up the sea of bitterness and let the divine power gush out to improve my cultivation. He was happy, but also disappointed. He felt very conflicted. Although the effect of this divine medicine was very powerful, it was not what he wanted the most at the moment. He comforted himself and said to himself, it is said that when a cultivator reaches a certain level, only when his divine sense is strong can he understand the nature of heaven and earth. After reaching that level, if I want to improve my cultivation, I can only rely on enlightenment. There is no other way. I am now paving the way for the future. Thinking of this, Yi Fan was no longer disappointed, and his mood gradually calmed down. In the next month, Yi Fan did not take the divine medicine. Instead, he quietly cultivated. He wanted to completely refine and absorb the divine medicine without wasting a single bit. During this process, he was surprised to find that because his physique had been greatly improved, it was much easier for him to open up the sea of bitterness. At the end of the month, Yi Fan once again used the tripod to suppress his body to achieve the moment of eternity. He began to take the second golden fruit. This time, the strange golden energy first baptized his flesh shell, nourishing every inch of his body and improving his physique. In the end, it turned into a trickle and merged into the space between his eyebrows, making the golden lake a lot deeper. Yi Fan felt his divine sense become stronger again. After putting away the tripod, he went outside the cave and heard the breathing of many wild beasts. He could even hear the sound of ants crawling in the distance. Wherever his divine sense went, he did not need eyes or ears to sense everything around him. It was very ethereal. My spiritual sense is constantly becoming stronger. In addition, there was another change that surprised Yi Fan. Because his physique had improved again, his flesh and blood shone with golden light. When he opened up the sea of bitterness, he did not encounter much resistance. He immediately went into seclusion. After another whole month, when he appeared again, Yi Fan's entire person had become more ethereal. In this way, in the following time, at the beginning of every month, he used the tripod to suppress his body and took the sacred medicine. There was a change that was almost like he was reborn. His divine sense became more and more condensed, almost to the point that it was about to take shape. In addition, there was another gratifying change. His body was transforming, his physique was improving, his flesh was shining with divine splendor, and the process of opening up the sea of bitterness was not hindered. Time passed quickly. Yi Fan had already eaten the 6th golden fruit. After cultivating hard for a month, when he walked out of the cave again, his entire temperament had changed greatly. It was as if there were clouds and mist shrouding his body. The mountain wind blew and his clothes fluttered. He was like a banished immortal standing on the cliff. Between Yi Fan's eyebrows, there was a golden lake that was incomparably deep. It was impossible to detect its bottom. It had completely transformed into spiritual force and could actually condense into a shape. And the golden sea of bitterness had even more earth-shattering changes. Waves rushed to the sky, divine rays shone, thunder rumbled, and it had more than doubled in size. It was almost the size of a fist. In the center of the sea of bitterness, life springs gushed, the spring of divine power boiled, and the mouth of the spring at the bottom of the sea widened many times. It was endless, constantly surging out, and from time to time, rays of light would rush out. Divine power like the tide, rays of light filling the sky. I have reached the peak of the life spring realm. Yi Fan was somewhat excited. The sacred medicine was famous in the eastern wilderness. Since ancient times, there were too many legends about it. It had unimaginable magical effects. The strange golden energy mainly nourished and strengthened the divine sense. At the same time, it changed his physique. It did not flow into the sea of bitterness, but it still allowed him to break through to the life spring realm. The sacred medicine lives up to its reputation. Other than the sea of reincarnation, the human body had other secret realms. Jiang Hanzhong and the others were existences that surpassed the nirvana realm. This made Yi Fan feel the enormous gap between them. He desperately wanted to become stronger. There was still the last golden fruit left. Yi Fan held it in his palm and returned to the cave, using the cauldron to suppress his body. After eating the golden fruit, he immediately felt his body tremble. His bones crackled, his flesh trembled, and his internal organs trembled. His entire body was in excruciating pain. This is. He clenched his teeth, enduring this purgatory-like torment. In an instant, he understood that this was the change of being reborn. When he ate the first 6 golden fruits, it was only a transformation, and not a rebirth. Only now did he truly break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly. His flesh, internal organs, and bones were reconstructing. This was a different kind of rebirth. Just like when he and Pang Bo ate the sacred fruit for the first time and walked out of the ancient sacred grounds, they returned to their youth. This was a change of the same level, a true rebirth. After the baptism, the bones were as white as jade, and the bones were unbelievably hard, comparable to the sharp blades of divine weapons. After the 5 viscera and 6 bowels were infiltrated, they were flawless, without a trace of impurity, like a divine weapon. After the surface of his body was nourished, it was sparkling and full of luster, almost transparent, shining with precious splendor. Yi Fan's body was shining brilliantly, and the strange golden energy turned into a stream, entering the space between his eyebrows. Golden light shone, and that small lake was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. After that, Yi Fan directly went into seclusion. 2 months later, rumbling sounds came from the cave. Tsunamis reached the sky, and there were sounds of thunder. At the same time, rainbows shot out. At this moment, Yi Fan's golden sea of bitterness expanded to the size of a fist, and a bright rainbow hung high above, crossing the sky. It was incomparably brilliant. He had finally formed a small segment of the divine meridian, which hung above the sea of bitterness. He had become a cultivator of the divine bridge realm. Yi Fan stood up and walked out of the cave. There were no powerful energy waves coming from him, and he didn't look very elegant and out of this world. Instead, he looked very delicate, like the big boy next door. There was less extraordinary about him, and there was more of a plain and simple charm. He didn't make a move, and he didn't test his current level of cultivation because there was no need to do so. He already knew it. Yi Fan's heart was very calm. He lived a peaceful life for a month, sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight, watching the water flow by the stream, and then he began to continue his cultivation. This time, he began to refine his artifact. He engraved the first sentence of the mysterious ancient scripture he obtained from the ancient bronze coffin on the cauldron. Although it could not be engraved on the cauldron for a long time and the ancient words would soon disappear, this little cauldron became even more extraordinary because of this. In the end, after cultivating here for more than a year, Yi Fan had a lot of enlightenment, and his understanding of Tao deepened a lot. The nameless was called Tao, which came from nothingness, and was the origin of heaven and earth. It was called heaven and earth, which had form and position, and was the mother of all things. He felt that the cauldron, Tao, and heaven and earth seemed to have a natural connection. The cauldron, with 3 legs and 2 ears, was very mysterious. The 3 legs stabilized the heaven and earth, the 2 ears gave birth to yin and yang, and the round cauldron contained chaos. It evolved Tao and reason, which was nameless. It gave birth to a form, and contained all things, which was nameless. The cauldron is like a tool born naturally from heaven and earth. It perfectly combines the nameless and nameless, and it gives birth to the Tao, and the mother of all things. Using the cauldron as a tool was indeed the right choice. It is worthy of being the most mysterious holy object in ancient China. After cultivating here for more than a year, Yi Fan decided to leave this place. It was time to go out and take a walk. Chapter 112. There were a few things shining in the cave residence. The purple copper 8 trigram mirror was indeed a weapon refined by a cultivator who had surpassed the Nirvana realm. It had been left in the secret chamber by Yi Fan for a year. Now it was surrounded by a purple mist and glowed with light again. As for the jade bottle, it was white and warm, densely covered with Taoist patterns. It had also regained its magic, but it was not known if it could hold a mountain. At this moment, the branch of the sacred tree inserted inside was soaking in the divine spring. It was still full of vitality and did not wither. As for the Tianluo umbrella, although it was pierced by the Tianxian saintus, it was not serious. The mist was misty and it was extraordinary. Beyond the Nirvana realm, these people's weapons should be very powerful. Yi Fan repeatedly refined and erased all traces on it to prevent others from sensing it. Then, he put a few of his weapons into the sea of bitterness. At this moment, something surprising happened. Whether it was the purple copper 8 trigram mirror, the white jade bottle, or the Tianluo umbrella, none of them could sink into the sea of bitterness, let alone soak in the life spring. They could only hang under the divine bridge above the sea of bitterness. You occupied the best place for the green copper block, but you did not let me use it. You also forced the other weapons to stay away from it. Yi Fan was quite speechless. He immediately saw the reason. The green copper block was immersed in the spring at the bottom of the sea, monopolizing the best place and squeezing the golden book to the edge. It even forced the purple copper 8 trigram mirror, the jade bottle, and the Tianluo umbrella out of the sea of bitterness, not letting them touch it at all. This is just the golden paper that recorded the Tao scripture, but it is actually stronger than the purple copper 8 trigram mirror and the jade bottle. I don't know if I should say that it is extraordinary or that the 3 weapons are too useless. The weapons refined by a cultivator who had surpassed the Nirvana realm were naturally extraordinary, which indirectly showed the magic of the Golden Book. This place was 400 miles away from the forbidden area of the remote antiquity. It was surrounded by mountains and sometimes there were strange birds and beasts. It was a primitive area. Yi Fan did not fly. He walked out of the mountain while practicing crazy O's footwork. He was very envious of that kind of magic that could shrink the ground into inches. It was faster than flying. Unfortunately, his realm wasn't high enough, so he couldn't comprehend those Tao patterns that he had memorized, so he couldn't use those secret techniques. 2 days later, Yi Fan appeared in a small town. He had finally arrived at a place with people. More than a year has passed. The Jiang family, the Ji family, and the Yaoguang Holy Land should have retreated long ago. He really wanted to find someone to understand. In this 1 year, Yi Fan's greatest gain was not that his cultivation had reached the divine bridge realm, but that his consciousness had evolved to an extremely terrifying level. It was incomparably condensed, and that small golden lake between his brows could shoot out divine light. It could be as sharp as a heavenly sword, or as gentle as a gentle breeze, allowing him to sense everything in his surroundings in an instant. There's a cultivator in that restaurant. Not long after entering the town, Yi Fan's spiritual consciousness captured the aura of a cultivator. Unfortunately, he didn't hear the news about the Jiang family, the Ji family, and the Yaoguang Holy Land in that restaurant. Instead, he heard another important news. In the end, the Fey god's tomb still sank. The resentment in the ruins soared into the sky. There were mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. In the end, it still could not be conquered. The treasure of the eastern wasteland, the ancient wasteland tower, disappeared forever. It can't disappear forever. The ancient wasteland tower coexists with the world. Sooner or later, it will reappear. That's true. It can even suppress immortals to death. Naturally, it won't decay. Maybe in another few thousand years or tens of thousands of years, it will reappear in this world and choose a fated person. I don't think it will take that long. The ancient wasteland tower has already disappeared for 10,000 years. I think it should reappear. Maybe in the near future, it will rush out from the eastern wasteland. Yi Fan was astonished. The disturbance in the Fey god's tomb lasted for 3 years. Only now did it truly calm down. All the sects in the eastern wasteland took action. Even the Central Plain sent a few mysterious big shots, but they still failed to stop it. At the crucial moment, it escaped into the earth veins, like a dragon returning to the sea, completely disappearing from the eastern wasteland. In the next half a month, Yi Fan walked around the cities and towns, appearing in places with many people. However, he kept a low profile. Finally, he slowly found out what he wanted to know. A year ago, the Jiang clan, Ji clan, and Yaoguang's sacred land barged into the ancient wasteland Forbidden Land. In the end, they were all annihilated. Not a single one of them came out alive. This caused a huge uproar, shocking all the sections. No one dared to barge into the Forbidden Land of life anymore. Lu Yi, Zhang Xiling, Lin Jia, Zhou Yi, Li Xiaoman, and the others actually disappeared. This news was not good. Yi Fan frowned. If I were them, I would not return to my own sect either. Otherwise, I would definitely be interrogated by the Sacred Land and the ancient wasteland noble clans. At that time, as long as there is the slightest flaw, it would be difficult for me to escape death. The eastern wasteland is so big. There are countless countries like the Yen lands. Escaping from this place is the wisest choice. Yi Fan felt that the 6 people did not die. They must have seen that the situation was not good, so they directly escaped. We will most likely meet again in the future. Yi Fan also felt that there was no need to stay in the Yen lands. There were no powerful sects or ancient noble clans here. There were only 6 blessed paradises, which were insignificant in the eyes of the big sections. This place lacked opportunities. He needed to explore other secret realms beyond the Sea of Reincarnation. He had to leave this place. I should join a sacred land or an ancient wasteland noble clan to obtain the cultivation methods of other secret realms. The Golden Book only recorded the cultivation methods of the Sea of Reincarnation secret realm. It is far from enough. Yi Fan never thought that he could collect the complete Tao scripture. It was very unrealistic. It had been broken up by someone tens of thousands of years ago. Now, no one could say for sure where the pages of the Golden Book were. Those sacred lands and ancient wasteland noble clans all had mysterious ancient scriptures that were not inferior to the Tao scripture. He wanted to start from this aspect. He could cultivate the Tao scripture in the Sea of Reincarnation's secret realm, and he could cultivate the ancient scriptures of the sacred lands in other secret realms. I still have time. I don't need to worry about the follow-up cultivation methods. Yi Fan had reached the divine bridge realm, and there was still the Permethar realm in front of him. He didn't know when he would be able to cross over. He had to reach the Permethar realm before he could explore the other secret realms of the human body. The Permethar realm was the endpoint of the Sea of Reincarnation secret realm. It was the starting point of his secret realm. The eastern desolate lands are vast and boundless. There are countless countries, and it is said that there are 7 forbidden zones for life. I have only seen one forbidden zone from the ancient desolate lands so far. I really don't know what the other forbidden zones are like. Yifan felt that it was impossible for him to go deeper into the ancient desolate lands in a short period of time. It was too dangerous. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to pluck the 3rd type of saintly medicine. It would be very difficult for him to succeed again. He guessed that the other forbidden zones for life were also extremely mysterious places. Perhaps, there would be great fated opportunities there. The mysterious ancient scriptures of the sacred lands and ancient wasteland noble clans, the 7 forbidden zones for life, the vast eastern desolate lands, they are all worthy for me to explore. However, before he left, he felt that there was a need for him to make a trip to the Spirit Void Paradise and retrieve the items he had lost there. Back then, because he was not strong enough, he fled for his life and did not care about retrieving the items. Now that he had reached the Divine Bridge realm, he was naturally confident. In the past 3 years, the Spirit Void Paradise could not be at peace. The tomb of the Demon Emperor and the ruins attracted countless sects from the eastern desolate lands. Blood dyed the demonic land red, corpses piled up in the cold pond, and resentment rose to the sky. When everything was over, a peerless figure performed a mysterious and unfathomable great divine technique and finally purified the ruins. Otherwise, the Spirit Void Paradise could only move its sections. When he arrived at the mountain gate of the Spirit Void Paradise, Yifan felt a little emotional. Back then, he was thought to have a useless body and no one was willing to take him in. The reason he could come here was completely because of Pang Bo, wait until I have enough strength, I will definitely save you. In the Spirit Void Paradise, the clouds and mist were faintly discernible. In front of the mountain gate, ancient trees were tall and strong, strange rocks stood erect, and waterfalls flowed. It had the charm of a fairyland. Who are you? Why have you come to my Spirit Void Paradise? The disciple guarding the mountain gate came forward and inquired. Senior brother, I am here to pay my respects to Elder Wu Qingfeng. At this moment, Yifan looked only about 14 years old. He had a sunny smile and easily gave people a good impression. The disciple guarding the mountain gate did not make things difficult for him and said, "Come in with me." After entering the Spirit Void Paradise and stepping on the hundreds of bluestone steps, Yifan was instantly shocked and asked, "Why are these bluestone steps cracked?" They were not like this before. Back then, when he first entered the Spirit Void Paradise and stepped on the bluestone steps, the ancient scripture in his heart automatically echoed, leaving a deep impression on him. He felt that there must be an extraordinary artifact under the bluestone steps. How do you know it was not like this before? The disciple looked at him suspiciously. I used to live here before, so of course I know. May I ask, senior brother, what happened? Why are these bluestone steps all cracked? Yifan urgently wanted to know. At this moment, the ancient scripture in his heart did not ring, so he was sure that the artifact below had disappeared. The disciple looked left and right. Seeing that no one passed by, he said in a low voice, speaking of which is scary, there is actually a Yin vein underground that is connected to the Fiend Emperor's Yin grave. In the end, it escaped from here and sank into the eastern wasteland. Yifan was astonished. He never expected such a result. In an instant, he thought of the ancient desolate tower that was said to exist with the world and could suppress immortals to death. Back then, when I first entered this place, the ancient scripture automatically echoed. Is it related to the ancient desolate tower? Yifan could not understand. The ancient scripture came from the other side of the starry sky and was obtained from the ancient bronze coffin. He could not understand why it would resonate with the artifact of this world. Inside the Spirit Void Paradise, the mountains were green and the valleys were green. It was very beautiful. Palaces and pavilions dotted the place. Mist surged, adding an ethereal feeling. Seeing Elder Wu Qingfeng again, Yi Fan felt a sense of closeness. He bowed respectfully. This old man had taken care of him in the past. He was an elder worthy of respect. "Child, it's actually you." Elder Wu Qingfeng revealed an excited expression. He had not changed much. He still had white hair and a white beard. He was tall and had an otherworldly aura. When he saw Yi Fan, he naturally thought of Pang Bo. He could not help but let out a long sigh. He had already taken Pang Bo as his disciple. Who would have thought that Pang Bo would be threatened by the fiend race and disappear into the primordial ruins? This was a peaceful valley. Not far away, there was a clear lake that looked like a sapphire. There were 4 or 5 thatched cottages in front and a large bamboo forest. It was very quiet. Sitting on a stone chair in the bamboo forest, Yi Fan picked up the teacup on the stone table. He took a sip and began to converse with the old man. When Elder Wu Qingfeng heard Yi Fan ask about the other secret realms of the human body, he looked at him in surprise and said, "Child, don't bite off more than you can chew. Do you still remember what I told you? To be able to explore a secret realm to the end in one's lifetime is already very impressive. If you can cultivate the wheel of life and the sea of bitterness to the extreme, you can also become a peak expert." Why did the Holy Lands and the clan of the Ancients all cultivate other secret realms? We can't compare ourselves to them. They have ancient scriptures that are comparable to immortal scriptures. This is an innate advantage. Elder Wu Qingfeng sighed and shook his head. Actually, it's enough to cultivate one arcane realm. It's said that many ancient almighty beings only cultivated one arcane realm. Yi Fan lowered his head and pondered, but he eventually looked up and made up his mind. There was no way he would only cultivate one secret realm. Since there were other secret realms, there must be a reason for them to exist and continue cultivating. Elder Wu Qingfeng was puzzled. He felt that even if Yi Fan's sacred body of the ancients could force himself to cultivate, he would not be able to achieve much. However, the old man was very kind and answered many of Yi Fan's questions in the end. Yi Fan finally learned the name of the next secret realm, the Holy Palace. After the Sea of Reincarnation, he would have to cross the Sea of Bitterness and reach the other side to slowly explore it. It was said that there were 5 gods in the Holy Palace. Cultivating in this secret realm would cause all sorts of mysterious things to happen. Yi Fan only had the method to cultivate in the Sea of Reincarnation. The Golden Book was only a page of the Tao scripture, so it was impossible for it to contain the method to cultivate in the Holy Palace. If I want to obtain the most mysterious method, I'll have to go to the sacred grounds and the families of the clan of the Ancients. I have to get my hands on their mysterious ancient scriptures. Yi Fan mumbled to himself. Elder, which of the sacred grounds and families of the clan of the Ancients have the most mysterious scriptures? Yi Fan asked. Elder Wu Qingfeng shook his head and said, "Those sacred grounds and families of the clan of the Ancients are too mysterious and powerful. It's not something we can understand. It's hard to tell which mysterious scriptures they have mastered." Yi Fan really wanted to know which ancient scripture was the most powerful. He muttered to himself, perhaps they each have their own merits. Indeed, that's true. Elder Wu Qingfeng seemed to have remembered something and said, "Legend has it that the Sea of Reincarnation's secret realm is the Tao scripture, and the Holy Palace's secret realm should be the most powerful one in the Jade Lake's sacred ground. Every ancient scripture has its own method of cultivating the secret realm." Yi Fan made up his mind right then and there. He would go to the Jade Lake sacred ground and learn the method to cultivate in the Holy Palace. Does the Jade Lake sacred ground accept male disciples? Never. Elder Wu Qingfeng looked at him suspiciously and said, "Don't tell me then do the female disciples of the Jade Lake sacred ground marry?" Yi Fan asked calmly. Elder Wu Qingfeng immediately laughed and said, "They can marry, but the conditions are very harsh. I'm afraid you won't be able to marry them." Yi Fan did not feel embarrassed at all and laughed. He then asked many more questions. Although Elder Wu Qingfeng was a little confused, he did not ask and patiently explained everything to him. The Jade Lake sacred ground was extremely far from the Yen territory. It was the most low-key and mysterious of all the sacred grounds and families of the clan of the Ancients. At the same time, Yi Fan unexpectedly learned that one of the 7 forbidden zones of the Eastern Barren Territory, the Origin Ancient Mine, was also in the region where the Jade Lake Sacred Ground was located. Of course, this so-called same region was only relative to the vast Eastern Barren Territory. In reality, the distance between the two was more than 10,000 miles. The Jiang family was also in that region, and it was 30,000 miles away from the Origin Ancient Mine. The so-called same region was actually extremely vast. After all, the Eastern Barren Territory was just too big. Origin Ancient Mine, this was the first time Yi Fan heard of this forbidden zone. As one of the 7 forbidden zones of the Eastern Barren Territory, it definitely had an extraordinary background. That region's origin is extremely abundant. The Jiang family and Jade Lake Sacred Ground both chose to develop in that region is inseparable from this. Yi Fan felt even more that he should go there. Origin was something he needed greatly. Even if he couldn't obtain divine medicines, searching for Origin wasn't a bad idea either. Origin Ancient Mine is? He asked in bewilderment. With the name Origin, it is enough to prove how ancient it is. It is impossible to estimate how long it has existed for. Elder Wu Qingfeng drank a mouthful of tea and continued, rumor has it that countless years ago, the Origin Ancient Mine was the most famous origin mine in the Eastern Barren Territory. Later on, inauspicious things were dug up, and as a result, it became one of the 7 great forbidden zones. Yi Fan was deeply shocked and curious. He asked, what exactly was dug up? Some exceptional, divine origin was dug up. Rumor has it that there was a powerful creature sealed within the origin. In the end, it actually revived and killed everyone. What? Yi Fan was deeply shocked. Rumor has it that there are actually people sealed within some divine origin. Hearing these words, Yi Fan was so shocked he couldn't say anything. He felt that the region he was going to was extremely mysterious. Jade Lake Sacred Ground, Jiang family, Origin Ancient Mine, all of these places had extraordinary significance for him. Chapter 113. Yi Fan's consciousness was extremely strong. A small golden lake formed between his brows. With a casual sweep, he sensed Elder Wu Qingfeng's cultivation, Celestial Bridge Realm. Elder, I have something to give you. Here, his expression turned solemn and he said in a low voice, you must keep it well and don't let others know. Otherwise, it will harm you. Elder Wu Qingfeng was a bit surprised. He didn't know why Yi Futian would say that and revealed a confused expression. Go find a clean jade bottle. When Yi Fan took out the pristine jade bottle and poured out a drop of the divine spring water, a dense life essence immediately appeared. The old man was immediately shocked. This is such a strong life energy. Even if this spring water can't heal the dead, it's enough to save lives, Yi Fan said solemnly. The elder had taken care of him and he was a grateful person. He was about to leave the Yen land and didn't know when he could return. Naturally, he wanted to repay the elder. This water is too precious. I can't take it. Put it away. Elder Wu Qingfeng shook his head and refused. Don't say anything else. I'm sincere. In the end, Yi Fan filled a jade gourd with spring water and stuffed it into the elder's hand. He reminded again, don't let others know. Elder Wu Qingfeng observed the water carefully and sensed the endless life energy. He knew it probably had a great background. He looked at Yi Fan in confusion and said, this is, don't ask. The elder couldn't guess that this water was from a holy mountain in the barren land. If he knew, he would probably be dumbfounded. This matter is over. I'm leaving the Yen land. Elder, take care. Yi Fan bowed to the elder. Child, where are you going? Are you really going to the Jade Lake Sacred Land? Elder Wu Qingfeng looked at him and advised sincerely, the Jade Lake Sacred Land is thousands of mountains and rivers away from the Yen land. It's too far. Mortals can't get there in their entire lives. Don't take the risk. Even if you do get there, I'm afraid, don't worry. I have my own plans. Even if I don't go there, I'll still travel the world. The Eastern Barren Land is so big. If I don't go there, I'll be wasting my time. Then, Yifan asked the elder if the things he left in the spirit ruined grotto heaven were still there. I need to send someone to ask. After you and Pang Bo disappeared, the sect bestowed the valley to someone else. The things were most likely taken away. I just don't know if they're still there. Okay, I'll take a walk outside. Yifan was about to leave, so he wanted to take a look at the primal ruins. The ruins were right next to the spirit ruins paradise, and the two were originally one. Looking from afar, the mountains in front of them had collapsed, and the plants had withered. It was desolate and silent. The green mountains and valleys had transformed into scorched earth, and the plants here had lost their vitality a long time ago. This place had actually become a barren land, and it was like the difference between the heavens and the earth when it was filled with vitality in the past. The towering ancient trees, the flourishing vegetation, all of them were destroyed. Nothing was left, only a deathly cold and desolate atmosphere. Countless cultivators from the eastern barren land came here to open the demon god's tomb. Blood and death continued for 3 years. This place is completely ruined. Yifan sighed. He was glad that he left decisively. Otherwise, he would probably not be in this world now. In the distance, the broken mountains recorded the terrible things that had happened in the past 3 years. Just thinking about the destructive power sent chills down people's spines. Pang Bo disappeared here. I wonder where he is now. Yifan came to the Five-Finger Mountain. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. The perfect girl and the other demon experts were nowhere to be found. Then, he came to the demon god's tomb. The pond was as deep as ink. It was so dark that it was terrifying. A gloomy aura rushed into the sky, making the sun cold. Only the mountain ridge where the cold pond was located was preserved. The surrounding mountains had all collapsed. This place was dark red, completely dyed red by the blood of cultivators. The mountains of corpses had been cleared away, but dried blood was left behind. The black bloodstains proved the cruelty of the past. Pang Bo, when I have the power, I will find you and save you. Yifan left and returned to the Spirit Ruins grotto. In front of him, a waterfall fell from the beautiful celestial mountain. It was like a silver waterfall hanging on the mountain wall. A few young men and women were standing not far from the waterfall. One of them was a woman who looked to be in her 20s. She wore a light yellow dress with a jade belt that accentuated her slender waist. Her exquisite body was even more alluring, and she was very pretty. There was a beauty mole at the corner of her mouth, which made her look even more alluring. When Yifan passed by the waterfall, the girl revealed a suspicious expression. Then, as if she remembered something, she sneered, "So it's you." Yifan naturally recognized this girl. She was the immortal seedling of the Spirit Ruins grotto, Li Lin. She had a good relationship with Han Feiyu. 3 years ago, she went against him and Pang Bo in the primordial ruins and stood up for Han Feiyu. There were a few people in front of the waterfall. A young man in his 20s turned around. The moment he saw Yifan, he was startled at first, then revealed his murderous intent. He said coldly, "So it's you. That year, you escaped by luck and still dared to come to my Spirit Ruins grotto." This man was not unfamiliar. He was Li Yun. His talent was not inferior to immortal seedlings. He had always been by Li Lin's side. Yifan smiled and pretended not to know them. He said, "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? You think you can fool us by pretending to be crazy?" Li Lin's pretty face was cold. Her apricot eyes flickered with a cold light. She said, "It's been 3 years. There's not a moment that I haven't wanted to see you again. I never thought that you would really dare to come back. Am I so charming that it's worth it for you to miss me like this? Of course, I'm definitely stronger than that fellow beside you." Li Yun's expression was gloomy. He looked at him coldly and said, "You're trash that can't cultivate. You're about to die, yet you're still talking nonsense. What else can you do? I say, do the two of you have that much hatred between us?" Yifan calmly asked with a smile. Let's not talk about the grudge between you and junior brother Han. Just the fact that you lured out the jade-horned snake in the primordial ruins and ambushed us is something that cannot be forgotten. I once swore that if I met trash like you again, I would definitely kill you. Li Yun recalled the past. His expression was like a block of ice, cold and eerie. Li Lin was also shrieking. All sorts of events from that day floated up in her mind, making her feel like she was going crazy. In the primordial ruins, if not for Elder Han suddenly appearing and killing that jade-horned snake, she and Li Yun would definitely have been devoured by that old snake. At that time, she once swore that she would grind Yi Fan's bones to dust. Now that she unexpectedly saw him again, she was so moved that she trembled. She coldly said, "I never thought that we would meet again. You can't even cultivate, yet you repeatedly contradicted us and almost caused our deaths. You trash, today, I will definitely kill you." Li Yun's expression was almost sinister. He said, "There's no need to waste words with him. I will personally torture him to death." With that, he walked forward. At the side, the other young disciples all looked as if they were watching a show. I have an impression of him. Back then, he was together with that immortal seedling Pang Bo. Later on, the two of them disappeared at the same time. That's right. I also remember. They once beat Han Feiyu half to death and threw a few people into the mud pond. Li Lin and Li Yun pressed forward at the same time. Their faces carried cruel smiles. The two of them still had an understanding of Yi Fan from a few years ago. It was impossible for them to know that he was already a divine bridge realm cultivator. I want to see the scene of him kneeling down and begging for mercy, Li Lin said. She felt that directly killing Yi Fan wouldn't give her the satisfaction of revenge. Only by humiliating him would she feel satisfied. Why aren't you kneeling down? Li Yun coldly shouted. He came forward with large strides and looked down at Yi Fan with a cold expression. In this world, there is no one worthy of me kneeling down. Just the two of you. Yi Fan indifferently swept his gaze over them. Li Lin was a seedling and Li Yun was talented. After 3 years, the two of them had already reached the Life Spring realm. Very few people dared to offend them. They had always been praised as geniuses by the people around them. Now that they were ridiculed by the trash in their eyes, their faces naturally turned green. If I tell you to kneel, you have no choice but to kneel. Li Yun directly kicked at Yi Fan's knees. How strong was a Life Spring realm cultivator? If he stepped on the knees of a mortal, his bones would definitely shatter. Even if there were 100 trash like you, it wouldn't be enough. Yi Fan nimbly took a few steps back. He had reached the divine bridge realm, so he didn't care about people like this. He didn't want to lower himself to their level. A trash like you dares to call me trash? Li Yun's voice was cold. He had always been seen as a genius, but now he was being looked down upon by a mortal. His expression was extremely ugly. He twisted his right leg and heavily kicked at Yi Fan's chin. After reaching his current realm, although Yi Fan didn't want to lower himself to their level, it didn't mean he had to endure. With a pang sound, he grabbed Li Yun's ankle and swung him up, heavily smashing him onto the ground. It was extremely clean and efficient, like the floating clouds and flowing water. The crowd only saw a blur in front of their eyes. Li Yun was lying on the ground like a dead dog, moaning in pain and unable to get up. Li Lin felt that something was wrong. She didn't move forward, but was about to take out her weapon and directly kill Yi Fan. However, once Yi Fan moved, how could he give her the chance to attack? He left behind an afterimage in his original position and instantly appeared in front of Li Lin. His palm cut into her neck, causing her to faint on the spot. He then lifted her up and with a put-on sound, threw her into the deep pool under the waterfall. Gulp, gulp, the half-conscious Li Lin drank an unknown amount of water from the pool. Her body quickly swelled up. You trash. Li Yun painfully moaned and struggled to sit up. A murderous intent flashed across his face, and the light of the bitter sea flashed. Pung. However, Yi Fan didn't give him the chance to take out his weapon. One foot stepped forward, forcibly dispersing the light. At the same time, his other foot stepped out, trampling Li Yun to the ground. All of this looked very simple. The two Life Spring Realm cultivators didn't seem to know how to cultivate. They were easily subdued by Yi Fan, causing the surrounding people to think that it was just a coincidence. Trash. Li Yun was going crazy. He also thought that it was a coincidence. He didn't know that Yi Fan had returned to his natural state. Just a few simple moves contained endless mysteries. His lungs were about to explode from anger. So what if you're a genius? If you're really a genius, then you're just someone to be stepped on. Speaking up to here, Yi Fan was very unkind. He stamped the sole of his shoe on Li Yun's face. In order to make sure it wasn't clear, he repeatedly stamped up and down, left and right. You. I'll kill you. Li Yun's face was swollen, and his eyes were spitting fire. Pung. Yi Fan kicked him to the bottom of the waterfall, and then he left without looking back. He had no interest in these two people at all. The people in front of the waterfall were dumbfounded. Seeing Yi Fan walk away, and then seeing the two unconscious people in the water, they couldn't believe their eyes. Yi Fan came to Elder Wu Qingfeng's residence and waited for a while before the old man returned. Do you still have the things I left here? Elder Wu Qingfeng frowned and said, It's still here, but, what's wrong? Yi Fan was a little confused. I went to ask for it on your behalf, but... Elder Wu Qingfeng was a little embarrassed. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything. Could it be that someone wants to take it for themselves and not return it to me? Yi Fan asked. As an elder of the Spirit Ruin Paradise, Elder Wu Qingfeng naturally felt ashamed. He pulled Yi Fan's hand and said, Come with me, I'll help you get it back. Who wants to keep my things? Aren't those broken bronze artifacts already destroyed? They're basically worthless. It's Elder Han Ishui. He has a special interest in smithing and has been researching the bronze lamp, Vajra, and bronze plaque of the Great Lane Temple for a long time. Elder Han. Yi Fan was startled and immediately asked for the details. Just as he had guessed, Elder Han Ishui was Han Feiyu's grandfather. Elder Han was Han Feiyu's great-uncle. Yi Fan had long heard that Han Feiyu's grandfather was also an elder of the Spirit Ruin Paradise. The valley where Han Ishui lived was quiet and lively. It was filled with verdant trees, strange stones, bridges, and pavilions. It was a picturesque scene. In a pavilion, 3 old men were sitting there drinking tea. When they saw Elder Wu Qingfeng and Yi Fan walking over, the skinny, pale-faced old man immediately frowned. Elder Han, I've brought this child here. Return the bronze artifacts to him. The pale-faced Han Ishui sized up Yi Fan a few times, then looked at Wu Qingfeng and said indifferently, Isn't the bronze artifact my sex disciple Pang Bo? How can it be related to him? You. Elder Wu Qingfeng's expression changed. Yi Fan also felt uncomfortable and said, Elder Han Ishui, how can you say that? Some of the bronze artifacts belong to me, and some belong to Pang Bo. Now that Pang Bo is missing and I'm his best friend, how can you say that I'm not related to him? Han Ishui's face instantly darkened and he said coldly, Who are you? This place is filled with elders of the Spirit Ruin Paradise, and their cultivation bases are all at the Divine Bridge realm. What we're talking about are cultivation secret techniques. How can a mere mortal like you set foot in this place? Get out of here. Elder Wu Qingfeng's expression immediately turned ugly and he said, Han Ishui, what do you mean by this? Yi Fan was also angered. He didn't expect Han Ishui to act in such a condescending and righteous manner. Not only did he take his Buddhist artifact for himself, he even mocked him like this. Han Ishui's expression was calm as he smiled at Elder Wu Qingfeng and said, What I mean is that this valley is an important place. A mere mortal like him doesn't have the right to enter. I'm only here to take back what belongs to me. Yi Fan's expression was calm as he stared at Han Ishui and said, Elder Han, please return the bronze artifacts to me. What does the bronze artifacts have to do with you? Han Ishui glanced at him and said, I've already made myself clear. They belong to my sex disciple, Pang Bo. Now that he's gone missing, his belongings naturally belong to my spirit ruin paradise. Why are you, an outsider, getting involved? You've never joined my sect, so you don't have the right to speak. What right do you have? Hurry up and leave. As he said that, his expression sank and he said, You're trespassing on my sect's important place. If you don't leave now, you'll be in danger. Chapter 114. Han Shui, what do you mean? Elder Wu Qingfeng's expression was dark. I think I've already said it very clearly. Han Shui's hair was as white as snow, and his skin was fair. His eyes were very thin, and his lips were very thin. He gave off a sinister feeling. He picked up the teacup on the stone table, took a sip, and said, Elder Wu, why do you have to be like this? Elder Wu Qingfeng took a few large steps forward, and said in a deep voice, Han Shui, don't go too far. Am I not speaking the truth? He is just a little mortal, and he dares to come to my spirit void paradise to ask for a spirit weapon. That is a remnant left behind by my sect's disciple, Pang Bo. It has nothing to do with him. Han Shui was unruffled from start to finish. He sipped his fragrant tea, and swept a cold glance at Yi Fan. He said, Leave quickly, this isn't a place you should be in. Pa. Elder Wu Qingfeng couldn't take it anymore, and he shattered the stone table with a slap. He said, Han Shui, you are going too far. Since you are being unreasonable, then let us speak with strength. There were two elders sitting at the side, and one of them quickly tried to smooth things over. He said, Elder Han, I think we should forget about it. Isn't it just a few broken bronze weapons? There's nothing to study. Let's just return them to that child. The other elder stood on Han Shui's side, and said, That's not right. Even though the bronze weapon is broken, it is obviously a terrifying weapon that once contained a god. Even though it is broken, if we continue to study it, we can still gain something. Han Shui's expression was dark. He looked at Yi Fan, and said, You really want these things? Why can't I want something that belongs to me? Yi Fan was fearless. He was also a divine bridge realm cultivator, and he didn't care about Han Shui's terrifying expression at all. Ha! Han Shui suddenly laughed loudly, and said, Good, you have guts. You remind me of me when I was young. Forget it, I won't make things difficult for you. Apprentice, bring all those things over, and give him some jewels. Not far away, the boy responded and quickly disappeared into the depths of the valley. At this moment, Han Shui had a smile on his face. He clasped his hands at Wu Qingfeng and apologized, You should know my temper. When I see a numinous treasure, I always want to study it thoroughly. In any case, I won't be able to find anything, so I'll just return it to him. We've known each other for decades, so there's no need to be embarrassed. Elder Wu Qingfeng's expression softened as he sat down on a nearby stone block. A boy brought over a stone table and placed a cup of tea on it. His previous unhappiness was swept away. Not long after, a boy brought over the loud thunder bronze plaque, the ancient bronze lamp, the Sarira prayer beads, the Vajra pestle, and some clothes. At the same time, he presented some pearls and jade. Thank you, Elder Han. Yi Fan cupped his hands. I'll take my leave now. I'll come back another day. Elder Wu Qingfeng stood up and led Yi Fan out of the valley. The other two elders also stood up and took their leave. A young man in his late 20s walked into the pavilion and said, Master, didn't you say that the broken bronze artifacts were extraordinary and had an extraordinary origin? Why did you return them to that mortal? Do you want me to fight Wu Qingfeng to the death? Elder Han glanced at him, took a sip of tea, and said lightly, You said it yourself, he is just a mortal. Master, you mean? Two rays of light flashed across the young man's eyes. I understand. I'll leave this to Li Yun and Li Lin. I won't leave any traces behind. Elder Wu Qingfeng won't know. Han Shui didn't say anything. His expression was calm as he continued to drink his tea and admire the strange plants outside the pavilion. The young man bowed respectfully and left in big strides. However, not long after, the young man hurriedly returned with Li Yun and Li Lin. Master, there's something wrong with that mortal. Han Yishui saw Li Yun's swollen face and Li Lin's pale face. He immediately sensed something and asked, "Did you guys fight with someone?" Li Lin and Li Yun's faces were red with shame. They simply recounted what happened not long ago. After Han Yishui heard this, he jumped to his feet and said through gritted teeth, "He killed my grandson." Killed by him. The three people beside him all had shocked expressions. I've already grasped some of the situation. The only thing I don't understand is that you, was together with several Life Spring Realm cultivators. This person is just a mortal and doesn't have the ability to kill them. Han Yishui slammed the stone table, his face as dark as water. Now I understand, it's him, it must be him. The young man next to him shouted, "I'm going to avenge Feiyu." Li Yun and Li Lin were shocked. They never would have thought that the death of Han Feiyu and 4 Life Spring Realm cultivators was caused by Yi Fan. "Kill, we must kill him." Han Yishui's face was grim, a little frightening. This kid has hidden himself well. Li Yun felt a chill run down his spine. Li Lin was also very shocked, her face pale with lingering fear. Han Yishui paced back and forth a few times before he stopped and said to the young man, "Go get your first senior brother and the others. There's no need to hold back. As long as that brat leaves the spirit ruins paradise, kill him immediately." "Do we need to get my senior brother to kill him?" "I'll bring a few people and that's enough to kill him." Elder Han looked at him coldly. "This kid killed a Life Spring Realm cultivator a year ago. You haven't broken through to the Divine Bridge Realm after all. Without your senior brother, I won't be able to rest easy." "Is he really that scary?" "I also hope that he's just a mortal, but the truth is that he's not simple. If not for his young age, I would even suspect that he has broken through to the Divine Bridge Realm." Hearing this, the three people beside him all sucked in a breath of cold air. Han Yishui's expression was uncertain. Finally, he raised his head and said, "Get your second senior sister out as well. Don't let her go into seclusion again." "What?" The 27 or 28-year-old young man was very shocked and said, "My eldest senior brother and second senior sister are both strong practitioners of the Divine Bridge Realm. One person is enough, why would 2 be needed? Let her go with your senior brother. I can only be at ease with 2 Divine Bridge Realm experts. Not only that, the 10 of you will go with me this time." Han Yishui's expression was dark and terrifying. Never underestimate your opponent. Even a lion uses its full strength to capture a rabbit. If you want to kill him thoroughly. Don't give him a chance to escape. "All 10 of us are going?" The young man was really shocked. Han Yishui glanced at him. The young man hurriedly bowed and quickly left to invite his senior brother and senior sister. Han Yishui swept a few glances at Li Yun and Li Lin and said indifferently, "The 2 of you should also go and broaden your horizons." The 2 of them agreed obediently. Not long after, a man in his 50s and a woman in her 40s led 8 cultivators in their 30s to the pavilion. They bowed to Han Yishui and said in unison, "Greetings, Master. You already know what to do. I don't want him to live." Elder Han's killing intent was thick. In Elder Wu Qingfeng's residence, the old man persuaded, "Child, don't go yet. I will personally send you off in a few days. I'm a little worried." "You don't need to worry about me. Nothing will happen. I don't want anything to happen either, but..." Elder Wu Qingfeng shook his head. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. In the end, Yi Fan left a letter for the old man and floated away. Yi Fan walked out of the mountain range and took one last look behind him. He decided to leave the Yen Kingdom. Jade Lake Sacred Land, origin ancient mine, Jiang family. Yi Fan's consciousness had already floated to that faraway land. Suddenly, 12 divine rainbows rushed over, quickly appearing in front of him, blocking his path. "Li Lin, Li Yun, did you 2 find helpers to deal with me?" Yi Fan calmly looked at the people in the sky. "They don't have that much influence." A man in his 50s stared at him in the center. Yi Fan seemed to suddenly remember something. 2 rays of light shot out of his eyes and he said, Hani Shui sent you. You're not stupid. Beside him, a woman in her 40s sneered, what last words do you have? Leave them and we will send you on your way. For the sake of a few bronze weapons, he sent people to kill me. How cruel. Yi Fan's expression turned cold. It's not just about the bronzes. You killed Han Feiyu, and I have to settle the score. I wanted to leave the Yen kingdom peacefully, but it looks like I'm going to stir up a storm. Ha ha ha. Many people in the sky laughed. Who do you think you are? You're talking in your sleep even at death's door. How laughable. I really don't know why Master sent us all out. 10 experts to kill a brat, it's really, eldest brother or second sister can kill him with one finger. There's no need to send so many people. Master is making a big deal out of nothing. 2 celestial bridge realm cultivators and 8 life spring realm cultivators. 10 experts coming to kill me, they really think highly of me. Speaking of this, Yi Fan looked at Li Yun and Li Lin not far away. I forgot you too. Don't say anything else. Hurry up and kill him. Who will end his life? Among the 10 disciples of Hani Shui, many were disdainful of Yi Fan. They were full of disdain and never thought of doing it themselves. 6th brother, you guys go kill him so we can go back earlier. Li Lin, Li Yun, you two go help too. The leading celestial bridge realm man and woman ordered. They felt there was no need to do it themselves. Just then, Yi Fan opened his mouth. You guys should come together. Speaking of this, he slowly rose into the air. He really is not simple. Master is right. Everyone be careful, one of them reminded. The 2 celestial bridge realm cultivators still didn't care. They ordered the others to go forward and still had no intention of doing it. Yi Fan swept his gaze across the crowd and sighed. I really don't want to kill, shameless boasting. You're about to die and you still dare to speak so arrogantly. You really don't know how the word death is written. With a faint smile, Yi Fan shook his head and advised, you guys should go back. Tell Hani Shui that since he wants to kill me so much, he might as well come personally. Why let the 10 disciples die for nothing? You. Even the 2 celestial bridge realm cultivators were enraged. Their bodies emitted powerful energy waves and they slowly pressed forward. They were about to take out their weapons and kill Yi Fan personally. Looks like you guys won't retreat no matter what. Since that's the case, I'll send all of you on your way. Yi Fan's smile didn't diminish, but his entire temperament changed. Let's kill him together. The 2 celestial bridge realm cultivators felt that something was wrong and ordered everyone to attack together. It's too late. None of you can leave. Just then, Yi Fan's divine power surged and the golden divine fire burned fiercely. His entire person was as resplendent as a golden sun. Thunder and the sound of tsunamis rang out. Yi Fan was like a god donned in golden battle armor. His black hair danced in the wind and he was surrounded by lightning. Endless divine light drowned him. Boom! Yi Fan's physical body vibrated with a powerful energy wave. He didn't take out his weapon and charged toward the 2 celestial bridge realm cultivators with his bare hands. Such a terrifying aura instantly made everyone pale with fright and they all attacked with all their might. The 2 celestial bridge realm cultivators were astonished. That man took out a blood-colored demonic blade that was bright red and glistening. It cut through the sky and exploded with endless bloody light. It was like a blood-colored river was surging and slashing toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan charged over with his bare hands. His entire body was sparkling and radiating with precious light. His flesh and blood seemed to be cast from divine iron and his speed was unbelievably fast. With a clang, he actually caught the blood-colored demonic blade with one hand and held it firmly in his hand. Then, he exerted force with both hands. Clang! Bloody light shot out in all directions in the sky. He broke the weapon that the celestial bridge realm cultivator took out. His entire body was covered in golden light and he charged over in an instant. He punched out and there seemed to be golden waves surging through the sky. Bang! His speed was too fast and his physical body was unbelievably strong. His golden fist immediately smashed that celestial bridge realm man into pieces and blood splattered everywhere. Eldest senior brother. Everyone cried out in surprise and felt cold all over. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. No one could stop it. Yi Fan's powerful precious body released divine light and the terrifying golden fist was unstoppable. He had unparalleled speed and power. Chi. That celestial bridge realm woman took out a pair of silver dragon shears. It was like two silver dragons had merged together and were attacking toward Yi Fan. At this moment, Yi Fan seemed to be surrounded by a golden ocean. His eyes were filled with golden light and his divine power was surging. He didn't dodge at all and directly waved his golden fist to meet the attack. Boom! It was as if a golden river was surging. As he waved his fist, it surged forward. The golden fist directly smashed onto the silver dragon scissors. A terrifying sound rang out. The silver dragon scissors shattered in an instant, turning into more than 10 pieces that fell from the sky. Bang! At the same time, Yi Fan turned into a beam of golden light and rushed over. His golden fist completely shattered that woman and blood splattered in all directions. Absolute shock and unparalleled combat power. Yi Fan was like a golden god of war as he killed 2 celestial bridge realm cultivators with his bare hands. All of this happened in an instant and no one had time to react. Only then did the others take out their weapons and rush over, but Yi Fan was already standing in another part of the sky. Golden divine light enveloped his body like flames. He had taken 2 kinds of holy medicine and was reborn twice. His flesh shell was flawless and sparkling. It was comparable to divine weapons and was incomparably powerful. This time, he wanted to test how strong his flesh and blood body was. In the end, he could fight against a numinous treasure with his bare hands. This made him very satisfied. Everyone was stunned. 2 celestial bridge realm cultivators were killed by Yi Fan with his bare hands. How could they still have the will to fight? They were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. Immediately, they all flew away and wanted to escape. Yi Fan took out a purple copper mirror. Purple mist was hazy and in an instant, the mirror's surface shone brightly like the sun in the sky. The purple divine light it emitted swept in all directions. PSSST, PSSST, PSSST. Wisps of smoke came out and corpses fell one after another. Ah, screams were heard and no one was able to escape. There was a huge gap between the Life Spring realm and the Celestial Bridge realm. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. 2 Celestial Bridge realm cultivators were shattered by Yi Fan's golden fist, let alone them. They couldn't withstand the attack of a purple copper level. Including Li Lin and Li Yun, none of the 12 cultivators were able to escape. They were all killed. The purple copper 8 trigram mirror refined by a cultivator who has surpassed the Nirvana realm is indeed extraordinary. Yi Fan mumbled to himself. He kept the mirror and the golden divine fire on his body disappeared quickly. His golden fist and sparkling skin turned back to its normal color. His powerful aura was completely restrained. He had once again turned into a handsome young man, like the big boy next door, looking harmless to both humans and animals. Han Shui, you send out the top 10 disciples. They are very powerful. If it was anyone else, they would have died. Unfortunately, they met me, Yi Fan mumbled to himself. Since you want to kill me, then I have nothing to hold back. Yi Fan didn't waste any time and rushed towards the Spirit Ruins cave. Soon, he arrived at the mountain gate and walked in. The disciples guarding the mountain gate recognized him and didn't stop him. Don't cause trouble. If I'm afraid of trouble, I wanted to leave the Yen kingdom peacefully. Han Shui, since you want to kill me, I'll come to you today. At that moment, Han Shui felt uneasy. He had a feeling that something was wrong. He waited for a long time, but his disciples didn't return, which made him feel anxious. At that moment, he felt that something was wrong. There seemed to be a special aura in the valley. He lifted his head and looked in front of him. In front of the pavilion, there was a young man around the age of 14. He showed his white teeth and was smiling brightly at him. You. Han Yishui took a few steps back. He knew that something was wrong. The young man in front of him was not simple. He was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Where are they? Han Yishui asked, unwilling to give up. Are you talking about your top 10 disciples? I've sent them on their way. You. Han Yishui's veins popped out on his forehead. Yi Fan smiled brightly and said, I'll send you on your way to reunite with them. At that moment, Yi Fan's aura changed again. It was as if a golden ocean had enveloped his body. At the same time, there were countless bolts of lightning. The divine light was dazzling and a terrifying energy wave was released. Chapter 115. How dare you come here alone to kill me? How audacious. Han Yishui's veins bulged on his forehead. His opponent had killed all 10 of his disciples and now dared to come back to kill him. Such decisiveness and calmness was something few could compare to. You sent your 10 disciples to kill me, so I naturally couldn't endure it. I'm here to kill you. Yi Fan was enveloped in a golden brilliance. His entire body was dazzling like a golden god of war in armor. Do you think you can kill me? Do you think you can leave the spirit ruins paradise alive? Han Yishui's face was as dark as water. It's not difficult to kill you. I'll just brush my clothes off and leave without causing any trouble. Yi Fan was extremely calm. Han Yishui was both shocked and furious. Not only was Yi Fan confident, but he was also looking down on him. He coldly said, You're already so terrifying at such a young age. If you're allowed to mature, who in the Yen territory will be able to submit to you? Today, I'll do something exterminating and strangle you in the cradle. Yi Fan chuckled, You want to strangle me? Stop dreaming. I know what you're planning. You're just trying to stall for time. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. You're fated to die today. Han Yishui's expression changed drastically. His opponent had come to kill him alone. Such decisiveness and calmness caused a chill to rise in his heart. He immediately retreated without a fight and rushed forward in an attempt to escape. Han Yishui, you disappoint me. Yi Fan turned into a ray of golden light and blocked Han Yishui's path. Han Yishui never imagined that this seemingly 14-year-old youth with a trace of immaturity on his face would be so terrifying. His speed was much faster than his own. The Grand Elder and the others will be here soon. You won't have the slightest chance. Han Yishui's face was filled with killing intent. He wanted to put pressure on Yi Fan so that he could take advantage of the situation. Yi Fan revealed a radiant smile that a youth should have. He said, Han Yishui, you first stalled for time and then transmitted your voice loudly. Did you really think I didn't notice? So what if you sense it? Since I dared to come and kill you, how could I be so careless? After entering the valley, I inscribed quite a few Dao markings. From the outside, it would seem that this place is completely tranquil without any abnormalities. You've wasted your efforts. You're so young. How could you possibly know the arrangement of Dao markings? I don't believe it. Han Yishui's expression changed indeterminately. Speaking of which, I have to thank that ruthless younger brother of yours. Not only did he give me all the spirit medicines that he gathered with great difficulty for half his lifetime, he even left me 2 ancient beast skin books, and one of them was related to the elaboration of Dao markings. Even though I'm unable to fully comprehend it, I'm still able to copy it. My little brother disappeared for more than 3 years. You killed him? Han Yishui's eyebrows shot up, and his eyes shone with a frightening light. He wanted to refine me into medicine, but unfortunately, he lost his life. Today, you 2 brothers can reunite. Little bastard, do you think you can anger me like this? You won't be able to take advantage of it. Yi Fan retracted his smile and said, Now, I'll send you on your way. He punched out, causing the void to tremble. All the essence energy in the surroundings was sucked dry. His golden fist was like a mountain, giving off a powerful sense of pressure. Chi. Elder Han first took out a silver ruler. It quickly enlarged, and it flickered with a pure white light. It was like a silver dragon rushing over, slamming towards Yifan's head. Dang! Yifan's golden fist heavily smashed into the silver ruler, causing a crisp, kacha sound. Silver light scattered in all directions, and the dazzling silver ruler instantly dimmed. With a pang sound, it shattered in the air. Han Yishui's pupils rapidly contracted. He simply didn't dare to believe his own eyes. His opponent had barehandedly shattered one of his powerful treasures. Was this still a fist? It was simply comparable to a divine weapon. Yifan rushed over like a gust of wind, and the golden flames rushed over like a tide. His golden fist grew larger and larger, bringing with it an incomparably tyrannical power that caused the void to tremble. Han Yishui's expression changed greatly. He had never thought that a cultivator of this level would fight with his physical body and directly face a spirit treasure. Especially this youth, he was extremely shocked. Clang! In front of him, a green light flashed, and a green shield appeared. It expanded in the wind, quickly enlarging to a height of 4 to 5 meters. It flickered with a metallic luster, appearing incomparably thick and heavy, shielding him behind it. Boom! Although the green shield was a treasure, it still couldn't stop Yifan. His golden fist seemed to have a demonic nature, possessing incomparable power. With a single punch, the 4 to 5 meter tall thick shield immediately shattered. The powerful impact was unstoppable. The golden energy was like a torrential river, and Han Yishui was immediately sent flying. A trace of blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth. He was filled with shock. This was merely the wind generated by the fist. If he had been truly struck, he didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Han Yishui retreated as if he were flying, his body erupting with light. As a weapon refiner, he didn't lack weapons at all. 9 pitch-black bone spears shot out, causing the mist to roil. They were terrifyingly black, like the 9 claws of a devil, as they charged forward. Yifan stood in his original position, swinging his golden fist. His powerful battle prowess caused the space around him to distort as he continuously clashed with the 9 jet-black bone spears, emitting a series of clanging sounds. An extremely terrifying thing happened. The black fog that filled the sky was forcefully dispersed by the golden fist, and the clear and bright universe emerged. The 9 bone spears shattered inch by inch and turned into fine powder. They drifted down with the wind and were completely smashed into pieces. This. Han Yishui was dumbfounded. He was completely speechless. This wasn't an ordinary cultivator. Such a tyrannical physical body was unique in the Yen territory. It was a spirit treasure that surpassed any weapon. What other treasures do you have? Take them out. Let me see the limits of your physical body. You. Han Yishui was both shocked and furious. His opponent didn't take him seriously at all, treating him like a touchstone. Violet light flashed, and a large net appeared in his hand. He quickly charged down, and within the net was a violet 8 trigrams diagram that flickered in and out of existence. This caused Yifan to frown. He sensed powerful fluctuations of divine power, and he didn't dare to be careless. Waves of divine power surged within his body. Boom! Yifan swung his fists. Golden divine flames burned around him, and his divine power was like an ocean. It was much more powerful than before, and his golden fists were unstoppable. The violet net was instantly shattered, turning into a mist of light that disappeared into the sky. Han Yishui's face was pale. This was a great blow to him. He couldn't imagine how a person's physical body could be so tyrannical. It defied common sense. Little bastard, you've really exceeded my expectations. At this moment, a shiny silver gourd appeared in Han Yishui's hand. It flickered with precious light. He took off the gourd and said, "Perhaps it's time to end this." The silver gourd flew into the air and quickly expanded until it was the size of a small mountain. The mouth of the gourd rushed downwards, and a misty aura flowed out. Its entire body blossomed with brilliance, and it was like a silver mountain lying in the sky. Yifan felt a powerful force tearing at him. His feet immediately left the ground, and he flew towards the silver gourd. It was like the eye of the sea, sucking up all the spiritual energy in the surroundings and beginning to devour tangible objects. This is a weapon that I've refined for most of my life. I don't believe that your physical body can block it. I'll suck you in and turn you into blood to avenge my disciple. Go ahead and try. Yi Fan suddenly sped up. His body turned into a rainbow, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the gourd's mouth. His fist intent towered into the sky, and resplendent light shone from it. His golden fist smashed the mouth of the gourd into pieces. Boom! Yi Fan's body sparkled like a piece of divine metal that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. It was indestructible. His golden fist erupted with divine flames that directly destroyed the silver gourd. That's impossible. Han Yishui's face was deathly pale. He couldn't accept the reality in front of him. I don't have time to waste with you. Han Yishui, I'll send you on your way. I'm an elder of the spirit ruin paradise. If you kill me, you'll be hunted down endlessly. In the end, you won't be able to escape death. Yi Fan chuckled and imitated Han Yishui's tone. I'm just an ordinary mortal. Since you sent your 10 disciples to kill me, you'll naturally be hunted down. You won't be able to escape death. Han Yishui's expression changed. He knew that the odds were against him. This young man was too decisive to dare to kill him alone. He definitely wouldn't stop here. You have the intention to kill me, so how could I leave behind such a calamity for myself? Be a good person in your next life. As Yi Fan charged past, Han Yishui hurriedly took out 8 treasures. However, they couldn't stop Yi Fan's body. The golden fist grew larger and larger in his eyes. Bang! Han Yishui's body was torn into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere as he fell from the sky. His life ended just like that. Yi Fan landed on the ground, and his powerful aura gradually disappeared. His body that was flickering with a treasure slowly returned to its ordinary state, no longer glowing. He searched the valley but didn't find anything valuable. A moment later, he walked out of the valley with a harmless smile on his face as he calmly walked toward the mountain gate. Not long after leaving the Spirit Ruins grotto, Yi Fan felt a terrifying energy wave surging toward him from behind. This was definitely a cultivator who had surpassed the Celestial Bridge realm. He wasn't arrogant enough to fight against the Nirvana realm or the Supreme Elder who had surpassed the Nirvana realm. The difference in strength between different realms was huge and insurmountable. He left without looking back. Yi Fan had the unique golden bitter sea. At this moment, the tsunami in his body reached the sky and lightning interweaved. He was completely covered by the golden sea and lightning. He was dazzling and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Half a month later, Yi Fan appeared in the Wei Kingdom, which was 5 countries away from the Yen Kingdom. It was a full 17,000 miles away, but no one chased after him. The Wei Kingdom spanned 5,000 miles from north to south and 6,000 miles from east to west. Its territory was much larger than the Yen Kingdom, but it was still a drop in the ocean when compared to the entire eastern wilderness. When he asked people where the Jade Lake Holy Land was and got the answer, Yi Fan felt a headache coming on. The distance was beyond his imagination. Mortals couldn't reach that area even if they walked for a few lifetimes. Cultivators would need to fly for a few years even if they rode on a rainbow. He groaned weakly and rubbed his temples as he muttered to himself, "Is this a planet? It's impossible. How can there be such a large territory? It's completely beyond common sense. If he rode on a rainbow, he wouldn't be able to cultivate at all. It would be a waste to waste a few years like this." Yi Fan felt that he couldn't waste it like this. He couldn't afford it. He asked around and found out that there was another method that could work, and that was to carve the most profound Tao patterns to condense the power of heaven and seize the fortune of heaven and earth to open the realm gate and cross the void. Many great sects could do this. But to cross more than half of the eastern wilderness in one go, there were only 2 sects in this area that could do it. One was the Ji family, which was 10,000 miles to the west, and the other was the Yaoguang sacred ground, which was 15,000 miles to the east. They had a long history and deep heritage, so they could definitely do it. Opening the space gate and crossing the void, the further the distance, the more energy would be consumed. These two sects wouldn't do it for a celestial bridge realm cultivator like him, which gave him a headache. The only good thing was that he still had time and wasn't in a hurry to get the cultivation method of the Dao Palace secret realm. Yi Fan planned to stay in the Wei Kingdom for a while and think of a way to cross the void. The capital of Wei was bustling with activity. People came and went, rubbing shoulders with each other. Yi Fan stayed in the city. Although he was in the mortal world, he persisted in his cultivation every day. Occasionally, he would go to the mountains outside the city for a walk. While cultivating every day, Yi Fan would think about how he could become stronger. His bones were spotlessly white like jade, comparable to the toughness of divine metal. His internal organs were flawless without the slightest trace of impurities, like divine artifacts. His body was sparkling and translucent, brilliant, and incomparably sturdy. This was a powerful advantage. Yi Fan was thinking about how to continue expanding this advantage. During the battle in the Spirit Ruin Grotto Heaven, the pure power of the flesh shell made him feel a primitive and wild combat power. He felt that if he could combine it with his divine arts and weapons, his strength would undoubtedly increase. I've taken the sacred medicine and have been reborn twice. My body is strong and I can continue to train. He thought of the various boxing techniques in his hometown. He had practiced some of them before, hoping to train his body with them. However, he always felt that pure combat techniques could not compete with immortal cultivators. The boundless secular world of the Wei Kingdom and the tranquility of the deep mountains formed a strong contrast. After a month, he didn't think of a way to cross the void, but he had an epiphany. He thought of Taiji. Taiji moves to give birth to yang, moves to the extreme and stillness to give birth to yin, stillness to the extreme and stillness to move. One moves and one stillness are the roots of each other. Yin and yang are separated, and the two energies interact to create all things. Yes, cultivate Taiji. He didn't want to cultivate Taiji. Instead, he wanted to follow the records in various ancient books and refer to the ancient people's understanding of Taiji to cultivate the Taiji body technique and train his flesh shell. Taiji is the evolution of Tao. If I cultivate such a body technique, it won't be a pure combat technique anymore. It will be comparable to the various mysterious techniques of cultivators. Although he had read many ancient books about Taiji and understood its deep meaning, it would undoubtedly be an extremely long and difficult process to materialize it into a body technique. If I succeed, it might not be any worse than the various mysterious ancient books. After all, this is the crystallization of ancient China's wisdom. Yi Fan didn't want to give up on the cultivation methods of this world. On the contrary, he would cultivate more seriously. After all, this was a complete and mature cultivation system. Tempering the flesh shell was only to increase his combat power. He needed to slowly explore it and it was destined to be an extremely long process. Chapter 116. Taiji means that before heaven and earth were divided, the qi of vitality was mixed into one, which is the absolute beginning. Tao is the logic of heaven and earth, which is the so-called Taiji. These were all recorded in the ancient books. Taiji was the evolution of Tao, the beginning of heaven and earth, from nothingness to existence, the transformation of all things. This was Taiji. One of the most mysterious ancient scriptures in ancient China, the Book of Changes, had a description of Taiji. Yi has Taiji, beginning to give birth to yin and yang, in the mountains outside of the capital of Wei, in front of a small lake that was as clear as a sapphire. Yi Fan moved from stillness to stillness. One moment, he was like a pine tree, the next, he was like soft water. He slowly stretched his body, using his flesh shell to embody the formless Tao rhythm. Yi Fan was not a god, so he could not create a body technique to train his flesh shell in one go. He could only slowly explore. His body was like thunder when it was fierce, and like a gentle breeze when it was relaxed. There was a natural charm to it. After half a month, he experienced the difficulty. Sometimes, it was not enough to just have ideas, the key was to succeed. At this stage, training his flesh shell was destined to be a supplement. He was just a cultivator in the celestial bridge realm, so he could not create a shocking body technique so quickly. Everything had to be explored slowly. Now, the real focus should still be on cultivating the Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, and other secret realms. These supreme Tao secret techniques had been passed down for countless years, and after the baptism of time, they were truly mature and perfect cultivation systems. I will cultivate the Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, and other secret realms internally, and cultivate a powerful body technique externally. The two complement each other, and I will have divine arts and primitive combat power. Yi Fan was filled with anticipation. He wanted to become stronger. I believe that the crystallization of the wisdom of ancient China will definitely be able to collide with the supreme Tao of this world and create dazzling sparks. Yi Fan had been in Wei for almost 2 months. Other than cultivating, he had been thinking about how to cross the void, but he could not come up with any good ideas. He had not broken through the Sea of Reincarnation secret realm, so his understanding of Tao patterns was limited. He could not condense the power of heaven, open the domain gate, and cross the void. After thinking about it, he could only rely on those major powers. In the capital of Wei, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. Yi Fan accidentally saw a familiar figure. He wore a Taoist robe and a purple gold crown, but he did not look like a monk at all. He had a big belly and a ruddy face. It was the heartless Taoist, Duanda. This damned fatty's life is really tough. The demon emperor's tomb is filled with mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. He was forced into the Yin tomb by 5 great figures, but he actually didn't die. Yi Fan felt that the fat Taoist priest was not simple at all. He was not as kind as he looked on the surface. He should be a ruthless fellow, so he did not dare to approach him. Now, his divine sense was incomparably powerful. His spiritual energy condensed into a small golden lake, turning into a tangible substance. It condensed between his brows and followed from afar, not worrying about being discovered. The heartless Taoist went to a restaurant and ate the meat and drank the wine in big bowls. He did not have any taboos and did not look like a monk at all. An hour later, he finally left the capital of Wei. Reeking of alcohol, he staggered towards the mountains. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, this damned fatty went straight into the mountains. What is he trying to do? Yi Fan was puzzled and followed from afar. At the same time, he was somewhat apprehensive. Even with his condensed divine sense, he still felt that Duanda was unfathomable. The heartless Taoist's speed was very fast. He crossed the mountain ridges and was not much slower than flying. Not long after, he arrived in front of a mountain gate. Yi Fan knew that this was a small sect in the Wei country. It was even inferior to the Spirit Ruins Grotto Heaven. Duanda made many turns and went deep inside. Yi Fan did not dare to follow and waited quietly outside. After a quarter of an hour, the fat Taoist slipped out with a red face and swaggered away. Not long after, shouts came from the sect. It was clamorous and Yi Fan could vaguely hear that the sect seemed to have lost something valuable. This damned fatty is really heartless. Yi Fan quickly flew away. The cultivators who rushed out of the sect were flying in all directions. If he was blocked, he would not be able to explain himself. Where do you think you're going? An old man actually found him. Damned fatty, I'm cursing your ancestors. Don't tell me you're doing this on purpose. Are you trying to make me a scapegoat? Yi Fan was bewildered and disappeared into the mountains in the blink of an eye. An hour later, he caught the traces of the heartless Taoist again. He suspected that Duanda might have already sensed that someone was following him. However, the heartless Taoist did not look back. He seemed to be unaware of it. He hiccuped and muttered to himself, "The Wei country's cultivators' gathering is worth watching. I wonder if I can see some heavenly treasures. So this damned fatty wants to participate in some gathering." Duanda flew for more than 500 miles and landed in a mountain. Clouds and mist surged in front of him. There were many cultivators riding on rainbows and entered the valley in front of him. This was a sect. There was a blue stone in front of the mountain gate with the 2 words, "Mystic Essence," carved on it. No one stopped them and they could enter at will. Many cultivators rushed over from all directions. The mountains inside were beautiful and there were palaces and pavilions. There were waterfalls and flowing springs. It was a very auspicious pure land and many cultivators had already arrived. Yifan followed behind Duanda and found that this guy was indeed not an ordinary person. He took an unusual path and came to the back mountain of the sect while no one was looking. Peach blossoms were blooming in front of him. The entire mountain was covered with peach blossoms as if there was a pink veil covering the mountain. The fragrance of the flowers assailed his nostrils. Duanda stopped in front of him and lay on a 1,000-year-old peach tree. His eyes were straight and his saliva was almost flowing out. He looked like he was in an unbearable state. Yifan saw his behavior from afar and secretly despised him. He did not know what heavenly treasures this damned fatty had found. "Who's there?" At this moment, a woman's delicate voice was heard. Yifan looked again and found that Duanda had disappeared in the blink of an eye. He felt that something was wrong and immediately ran away. However, the surrounding peach blossom forest suddenly began to spin and pink flowers danced in the sky like a sparkling rain. He could not retreat and could not find a way back. Yifan dashed left and right and found that he could not escape. Instead, he entered the depths of the back mountain and appeared where Duanda was just now. Only now did he know what Duanda had seen. In front of him, there were falling petals and a rain of flowers. There was a clear lake in the peach blossom forest and on the shore were 1,000-year-old peach trees with brightly colored dresses hanging from them. The peach blossoms danced and the whole lake was covered in pink. The sparkling rain of flowers enshrouded the area and waves of fragrance drifted over. It was extremely beautiful and beautiful like a fairyland. Of course, this was not the most important thing. What shocked Yifan the most was that there were more than 10 beautiful girls bathing in the lake. Their black hair was like a waterfall and their arms were like frost and snow. Their jade-like bodies flickered with a bewitching luster. Compared to the sky full of flowers, they were even more attractive. "Damned fatty, I'm dead because of you." Yifan cursed inwardly. He knew that the heartless Taoist had most likely discovered him and deliberately lured him here to take the blame. He could not escape even if he wanted to. The peach blossom forest was filled with falling petals and all the petals flickered with multicolored light. This place was clearly engraved with Tao patterns that condensed the strange power of the mountains and rivers. It had already formed a world of its own and cut off the path. A bell-like laughter came from the peach blossom forest. Several girls wearing light muslin walked over gracefully like hibiscus out of the water. Their jade-like arms were exposed and their slender legs could not be concealed by the light muslin. They were like suet white jade and were incomparably moving. The surrounding rain of flowers swirled about. Their lithe bodies were beautiful and the muslin clothes could not cover their bodies. Their skin was sparkling and full of luster, possessing an incomparable allure. Yifan could not escape and thought that this group of girls would kill him. He did not expect that they did not reveal any killing intent and instead leisurely walked over. Any normal man would feel his blood boil at the sight of such a scene. However, Yifan shivered inwardly. This was definitely not a group of normal women. Otherwise, how could they be so daring as to walk over with sweet smiles without a care in the world? "Duanda, wicked Taoist, get the hell out here!" He shouted towards the surroundings. Waves of light laughter came over. Several girls walked over confidently with jade-like skin that was stained with water droplets. They were especially sparkling and translucent, and their clothes could not cover their wonderful bodies. "Little brother, you are quite daring. You actually dared to enter my sect's important place and peep on us bathing." A slender and elegant girl in the middle gathered her dripping black hair. She had a faint smile on her face as she looked at Yifan, making him feel as if a spring breeze was caressing his face. "It's all a misunderstanding. I was tricked by a damned fatty. He framed me and made me a scapegoat. Just now, it was clearly him who was peeping. It has nothing to do with me." Yifan cursed the female relatives of the wicked Taoist in his heart. This damned fatty was too wicked. In that clear and bright little lake, all of the girls walked onto the shore. All of them only used a piece of white muslin to cover their bodies. Their graceful and bewitching bodies were faintly discernible and could not be hidden at all. They were extremely alluring. Their twin peaks were tall and their arms were like jade. Their waists were slender, and their flawless legs were straight and slender. They gracefully moved their jade-like feet, creating a charming scene. The surrounding rain of flowers swirled about. These bold girls were definitely not ordinary people. The leader was a beautiful girl in her 20s. Her red lips were moist and her pearly white teeth were like jade. Her smile was extremely charming, and her black hair scattered over her snow-white chest. Her voice carried a magnetism and was extremely pleasing to the ears as she said, "It doesn't matter if you were framed or not. Since you have already come here, it can also be considered an opportunity." "I don't need an opportunity. Fellow fairies, please let me go. It really has nothing to do with me." The leading girl had a red mole in the center of her forehead, giving her an unconventional and alluring temperament. Her jade-like body was slender as she gracefully walked forward. She stretched out her slender jade-like hand and pointed at Yifan. Yifan wanted to dodge, but he discovered that the other party's movements were faster than his, and he couldn't dodge at all. He was overwhelmed with shock. These were definitely experts, and this group of alluring women most likely had great backgrounds. That slender jade-like hand pinched his cheek and said, "I can feel that this flesh shell is not ordinary. Its blood and chi are surging like a torrential river. It is definitely not an ordinary body." Yifan's heart trembled, but he still smiled and said, "Fellow fairies, even a normal man would feel his blood boiling at this moment. It is not because my physique is special. Can you guys stand a bit further away or else my lifespan will be shortened?" This girl's body emitted waves of fragrance. She faintly smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, we won't kill you. Fellow fairies, are you satisfied with this treasured body?" Right at this moment, the unscrupulous Taoist Duanda's voice came from the peach blossom forest. He walked out with a ruddy face. "Unscrupulous Taoist, you tricked me." Yifan stared at Duanda. "Brat, you still have the face to say that I tricked you." Duanda's expression was unkind. At this point, he became very agitated and said, 3 years ago, in front of the Demon Emperor's tomb, you tricked me miserably. This Dao grandpa narrowly escaped death, and it was all thanks to you, little brat. Your grandpa, 3 years ago, you stole 3 spiritual weapons from me, and in the end, you say that I tricked you. You really deserve to be struck by lightning. 3 spiritual weapons are nothing. Where is that piece of scrap copper? This Dao grandpa killed 9 times in the Demon Emperor's tomb and almost lost my life there. In the end, I didn't even see a strand of the green copper. Brat, you tricked me to death." The more the fat Taoist spoke, the more agitated he became. He looked like he wanted to skin him alive. "Dao Elder Duan, I am very satisfied with this treasured body." Right at this moment, the 20-year-old girl at the side laughed lightly. She was very beautiful and moving, emitting an irresistible charm. "Since you are satisfied, then give me a drop of essence blood left behind by the Demon Emperor." The fat Taoist's eyes flickered with a strange brilliance as he said, "I believe that you demons keep your words and won't go back on your words." Yifan was shocked. This group of girls was actually a group of demons, and he thought of the heart of the Demon Emperor from the Demon Emperor's essence blood. He groaned helplessly before glaring at the fat Taoist and said, "Damn fatty, you dare to trick me?" The unscrupulous Taoist glanced at him and said angrily, "Brat, don't mention the word trick in front of me. 3 years ago, you tricked my life. Today, I merely tricked your body. You're good." Yifan really wanted to leave a shoe print on his fat face.